Okay, and now let me just do a quick little audio check. Alright, yeah, no, that sounds good. Cool. Oh, let me just do the dialogue. Extract lots of skipping, and then pin permanently. Okay, cool. So now I made sure to list down the achievements I already had, so I know which parts of the guide I can skip. And then I should be able to just whatchamacallit, get achievements. Alright, so we want to load, stay free. Then wait the timer. Blah yada yada. Then skip. Oh, is this? No, this still looks pretty similar, but I'm guessing we're here with a different character now. I frantically look between the group of Nixie and Lu. The creatures are still as statues, as their fixation on Lu never wavers. I wonder if a part of their minds is telling them the opportunity looks too good to be true. Lu, apparently unsatisfied with their hesitance, takes a step even closer. Okay, wait, actually let me just... Alright, yes. A piercing whistle breaks my attention. It is out of place enough to catch the attention of the guide and the Nixie. Lu effortlessly jumps out of the tree he was hiding in and lands on the sand. He stands alone and undefended. His face is serious. What is he thinking? Okay, cool. Cool.
Do you want someone or not?
The spell keeping them in place breaks, and some of the Nixie abandon the guide to slink towards Lu. I cease standing as well and rush over to Lu, lantern in hand.
Wait!
His shout stops me in my tracks, and amazingly, the Prowlers hold their advance as well. I had not realized they were such cautious creatures.
Watch the guide. I'll be back by the fire soon.
Despite my worries for him, I understand. He is not in complete danger, and we do need to protect our way across. I believe that Lu is capable of handling the situation. I look to our lead. Even fewer Nixie are around him as they all curiously inspect Lu. The guide glances over away from them for a single heartbeat to make eye contact with me. Then it's over. He wordlessly swings his staff out at the Nixie still near his side. The tense silence becomes filled with screeching hisses as they retreat back to the water, freeing the guide of any immediate threats. Unaffected and without appreciation, he gives an order to Lu.
Return to the fire.
Lu scoffs at his response, mumbling a reply of his own. Yeah, and what would that reply be then?
I was going to.
That was the first time I've seen him speak directly to the guide. It's doubtful he would have been able to make it out with the distance between them, but Lu looks satisfied enough. His relaxed state is premature, as the Nixie are deeply focused on him now, ready to attack at the first opening. Lu takes a few deep breaths as he steels himself to run. Without a hint of warning, I burst forward as soon as he starts to move. The Nixie leap right into the now illuminated area. Pain and panic overtake them. Lu looks over his shoulder at the sound of their hisses. He smirks lightly as he watches the Prowlers abandon the chase and flee. After returning back near the fire and bathing in its light, he faces me fully and gives me a small, shy wave. I put my free hand over my chest at the sight, gladdened that he's safe. I don't truly have the luxury to think much of what just happened, however. The guide is fine, there are no Nixie in his immediate vicinity. But they're beginning to re-emerge already. We're not out of this yet. Just rush. Just gotta go. Neum. After an untold alias, the bridges come up. Cruel Island.
We have to leave.
Thanks to his position. No confrontation.
Come on!
Margaret is like, hey, I have fire. Let's burn them. And I'm like, hey, yeah, that's actually pretty dope. Actually a good idea, bro. Let's do this.
It won't last long. We need to get through now.
She needs not say any more. The three of us push our way forward. As we advance, Margaret relays her plan.
We'll toss the branch when we get close. The smoke spewing off this thing is making it even harder to see than usual. So you tell me when it's time, Kikka.
I can do that.
Alright. And now. Yeet. We waste not one moment sprinting towards the bridges. With the others near my side, I amble back into the maze. And then the guide.
Normally, I wouldn't ever say anyone on
Yes.
these bridges are lucky.
Alright. Oh yeah, because now we still have the lantern. And somehow the guide is unharmed, so that's interesting. I quickly straighten myself out and mull over our current situation. We start to consider, how are we going to travel now that we only have 2 lanterns?
Well, the three of us could walk together. If there's one person close by, I can't imagine it would make much of a difference having another. Furthermore, I believe we've all taken enough risks for each other already for this to not be a problem.
I think that's new dialogue.
I think it would be fine if we all stayed together.
Okay, we'll do that then. Thank you.
As I start moving forward once more, I close in on Lu, who's walking ahead. He turns his head at my approaching footsteps.
I wanted to thank you for earlier. It got the guide out of a difficult situation, and you still watched out for yourself, like you promised.
Hell yeah, let's go. Lu looks abashed over the praise, though he's clearly happy about it. He scratches the back of his neck nervously.
Thank you for saying that. And for what you did when I was running back towards the fire.
I offer him a warm smile.
It was no trouble, truly. If you don't mind, I would be glad if we could assist each other on the journey, rather than have to do everything on our own.
He smiles and chuckles non-committally. His laughter trails off into the empty air without an answer. I wonder if perhaps he's still worried about relying on others for help. Pushing him at this point would be futile and inappropriate, so I allow the conversation to die. Just like basically everyone here. Kind of depends on the exact run who dies, but yeah. With nothing more to say, Lu moves back up. We continue along the bridges. The only sound is the hollow echo of our footsteps, and the whispering of the water as it sloshes against the wood. The stillness doesn't reassure me. Instead, it rings through me like a blaring warning bell. My instincts picking up on the all too familiar moments of calm before the storm. the peace before the battle breaks. My fear is realized only a few moments later. Far in the distance, I hear the wet, smacking crunch of another set of steps. I peer back to see a prowler slowly following us with its distinctive, wobbling gait. It's possible that it has been following us since we escaped the shore and only now drawn near enough to notice. Considering our amount of light has shrunk so noticeably since that first night, it doesn't surprise me that it would follow so persistently. All we can do is keep a close eye on it and hope it doesn't draw too close. I glance over at Lu, who's been rather quiet for quite some time, as though he's deeply entranced by his own thoughts.
Lu,
He jerks nearly imperceptibly as he's brought out of his reverie. He briefly looks my way, only to dart his eyes left and right, like someone trying to remember what's real upon waking from a disorienting dream. I feel slightly apologetic and try to smile reassuringly at him. Instead of acknowledging me, he turns his gaze back to the wood. A moment passes between us, and then he raises his eyes up to mine again and beckons me to come closer. After I reach his side, he surveys the other two party members. Once he seems satisfied with their positions, he draws in towards me and speaks in an almost whisper.
You wouldn't mind hearing a little about me, would you? I'd like to talk to you about it.
Lu, with all due respect, have you seen the situation we're in? Like, no offense, but I think our main concern is the prowler that's pretty close by at the moment, rather than having an improvised therapy session. Please do. He grins at me. However, his face quickly falls. He has to look away as he prepares to open up.
I was the black sheep of my village.
Alright,
Couldn't
repeat
go anywhere
dialogue.
else. I
Yes,
tried again.
tried again,
Like
pointless, made a
You
mistake,
probably already know during one of my
and
chance to
then
make
he
up for
was a
what I did.
problem, and he couldn't make it
worst
up, but
part
he
is,
didn't,
A long
and
run
he-
here.
and we fled, and he's sad and all dramatic. Hamer, and then he doesn't say it, and then
No
sad, no specifics, and then
I
haha,
understand.
Heileppuntenl, and then let's find my curiosity, blah blah blah. And then he shivers. We walk for quite a bit longer. The voices whispering amongst each other has died down, but the squishing and clicking of prowlers has replaced them. It is difficult to trace the exact origin of the sound. All I know is that it's far too close for comfort. The guide stops abruptly, bringing us to an awkward halt. Luckily there are no impacts between the three of us.
Stay where you are.
My eyes are drawn. Yes, the bridge is
Boards
fucked up.
ahead are unstable.
is there another path?
This is our path. Move slowly and do not have two people on the same board at a time. I will cross first. When I find a stable section, I will inform you. Then you will follow my lead.
He doesn't allow us time to answer before darting forward. His steps are light, but beneath him the wood creaks loudly. After it is well established that we will be unable to cross normally, my chest tightens with worry. I can almost feel the prowler drawing closer with each passing second.
Why are the bridges this way? They can be burned into ash and will still rise the next nightfall. And yet this spot is less stable than the rest. It is strange.
The unnatural black water has a great deal of magic within. That is the most reasonable source of the bridges. If this maze is formed without an intelligent creator, that would explain its treacherous nature.
Lu doesn't say anything on the topic. merely staring ahead. The guide breaks his cautious steps, testing the security of the bridge.
Where I am now is solid. You only need to reach this position.
Now that the guide has successfully crossed the bridge to a stable point, the rest of us recognize that we have little time to waste. The haphazard, squelching footsteps behind us are only getting louder and louder. Lu moves ahead of us onto the strange bridge. Alright, and then save 6. We each make our way carefully towards the other side. The slowness of the pace makes it seem so much longer than it really is. When Lu finally makes it to the other side completely unharmed, an outpouring of relief overwhelms me. I don't dwell on the feeling, as all my focus is drawn once more to my own crossing. The boards creak ominously beneath my feet, almost like they are protesting against my footsteps. With a shuddering crash, one of the boards snaps between my feet. Beneath. What? But we're just calmly. Wait, huh? Wait. I have no idea if my assault made a difference, but miraculously I feel the hold leave my leg. With renewed hope spurring me on, I frantically claw my way back to the surface. Like I'm escaping a burial, my head bursts free and I eagerly gulp down lungfuls of life-giving air. Then I work my way back to the bridge and cling to the wood with both hands. The moment I try to hoist myself up out of the water, the board beneath my hands bends. I realize at once that if I apply any more pressure to it, it will snap just like the other one. Weakly clinging to the edge, I exert tons of my energy, dragging myself through the clinging water beside my path to find a sturdier piece. The wood pierces into my fingers and leaves deep splinters in its wake. After dragging my drenched body, feeling the whispers of cold hands just beneath my feet, reaching to drag me back into the depths, the boards finally grow sturdier. With all my strength I push to haul myself out of this void. The viscous liquid does not take well to the resistance. Moving up causes it to tighten around my waist like a massive Nixie hand, keeping me in. With a final effort, I manage to tear myself free and practically hurl myself across the wooden planks. Exhausted from the effort, I shakily bring myself to my feet. Once I feel the disorientation of my narrow victory pass, I search the surroundings to get a feel for where I am now. Dread fills the pit of my stomach as I realize that I've returned to the opposite side of the unstable bridges. You're telling me that during this entire section, none of them thought to, give any sort of guidance as to which way we should have to go? I look across to see Margaret and the guide, who view the scene in shock. I stand there, dazed for a beat, before opening my mouth to speak. A splash interrupts me. I instinctively take a step backwards and look at the water. It's Lu. He's fallen in. A ragged gasp escapes me, and I rush to his aid. I thrust my hand outwards towards him before he starts to sink. He takes it and grips me tightly. I start pulling with every single muscle in my body. Unfortunately, I'm fighting against much more than just the water this time. The strength of the Nixie is too great. I can't bring it. Words? Hello? Mouth, could you cooperate, please? Thank you. I can't bring him up. I can only keep him from going further down.
Bring the light here!
Sorry, I just really had to finish the final bit of tea. And there was just no voice dialogue coming in, so yeah, I just had to find a moment. I begged him with frantic eyes, then returned my full attention to Lu. If I lose sight of him for more than a moment, I fear I'll lose him. Or lose him, you know, because he's named Lu. Sorry, that was so bad. Yes, anyway.
You'll be alright. You only need to hold on.
In the lake, the disturbed water around the heads of the Nixie distorts their visages into cruel, twisted grins. They pull harder on Lu, and my grip on him slips incrementally. I listened for the sounds of creaky boards. They have to be coming. They have to be. I repeat these words over and over again, chanting them and desperately trying to believe them. Lu's voice wells out. It's difficult to parse in the cacophony of chaos surrounding us. However, the final part is clear.
Behind you.
With that, Lu painfully rips his arm from my grasp. The only bit of color against the murky lake disappears into the darkness. I scream towards him, but it's too late. He's already long lost to the inky depths of the lake. Tears sting in my eyes, but not allowing his warning to fall on deaf ears. I whip around to find the Prowler standing over me, torso hanging over its hips at an impossible angle as it leers at me. My jerky movement startles it into recoiling back. I use the opportunity to swiftly roll out of its reach. You know, like in Dark Souls, just dodge roll. I hop back onto my feet and unsheath my sword, ready to fight. The Prowler tenses the few strings of sinewy muscle on its bony frame, lowering its posture. As it starts to inch closer, I give it a hateful glare, digging in my heel to steady my footing. So digging it into what? Your own planks. Like just a solid surface. You know, it's not like dirt or something. Before it gets within arm's reach, I take aim and strike. The tip of my blade grazes its hand and the creature hisses violently. Pure white liquid like the tears falling from its eyes seeps from the wound, dripping into the cracks of the wood. Despite this, the Prowler does not retreat. It continues circling me, creaking more violently than ever. Finally, the light from the guide's staff pours over the scene. When the glow envelops me, the Prowler turns and leaps back into the lake. The adrenaline was the only thing keeping me together. With that cut, I fall to my knees and start to bawl. He was right there in front of me, and yet I could do nothing to help him. He's gone. Margaret bends down and grasps my shoulder lightly. She brushes closer to my face and whispers softly.
I'm glad you're safe.
I peer down and my eyes trail to the edge of the bridge where Lu was lost. My focus isn't unnoticed.
Do not go near there. The Nixie did not expect someone to be in the lake without their doing, much less two. You are very lucky. Anyone who draws close to the water now will die.
I feel like an empty husk.
Why?
It's one word, and it's the only one I can manage. He was safe on the other side only a moment ago, but yeah, like how did you fall in, honestly?
He jumped into the lake himself.
Wait, what? What? Pardon? How could he do that? Why would he do that? Was that the reason they released me? Because they were trying to grab him instead? Margaret places a gentle hand on my back in an attempt to comfort me. No, but you heard the splash only after you got up, right? The guide still looks unhappy with the situation. He stoops down to be at my eye level.
We have to move on. If he wanted you to survive so much that he threw himself to the Nixie, then you should respect that. Relight your lantern.
I gaze at him with empty eyes, then let my gaze fall back to the board. My lantern lies deserted where it landed after I reached for Lu. I refused to relinquish it while in the lake, because I had the nerve to hope I would make it back. If I had done it would be at the cost of his life instead, I'm not sure what I would have done. But I have an idea. When I don't move, the guide extends his long, slender arm and retrieves the lantern. He gingerly offers it to me. I awkwardly pick up my sword and return it to its hilt. My limbs shake as I take the proffered lantern. Margaret takes out her matches and offers them to me, since I'm soaked from the previous skirmish. I take the match from her hand and swipe it to ignite. I relight my lantern. It glows with light once more. Without another word, the guide stands. I force myself up onto my feet to join him. He turns around and faces forward, his coat swaying behind him. Carefully, he makes his way across the unstable boards once more. I watch the guide listlessly as he crosses. I can hear Margaret's voice vaguely in the background. She is speaking gently to me. However, no matter what she's trying to say, her words just come out muffled and distant, like someone underwater. The guide makes it across and turns to face us. It's our turn now. Margaret and I tread onto the bridges, carefully stepping over the broken section. This time, no boards snap. We make it to the other side in one piece. One piece? Can we get much higher? Sorry, I just cannot help it when I see that construction of words, just like with Among Us. Bittersweetness overcomes me. Even though I'm relieved that no one else succumbed to the same fate as Lu, the previous scene still echoes in my mind. I wipe a tear from my eye. Why couldn't it have held firm the first time? Because these bridges are fucking cursed? Maybe? Mayhaps? Possibly? That could be it? Just a theory? A game theory! We spend a moment looking at each other, and then at the boards, no one knowing what to say. After a pause, the guide starts walking again. We must follow. Continuing on or staying behind to be with Lu eternally are the only options. The guide is right. He wouldn't have wanted that. I keep walking down the path, lost in deep, foggy despair. First Bemelle and now Lu. It's difficult to come to terms with. The sickening feeling of it all sinks to the bottom of my stomach and settles like thick bile. Being here feels as though I'm at the swirling center of an endless nightmare. Well, there is an end to these bridges. Just hope you find the right one. I reach down to lightly touch the pause. I genuinely don't know what's wrong with me. And why I'm struggling to say these simple sentences. I reach down to lightly touch the pouch that houses the shell. All I have left is to keep moving forward with heavy steps until this is truly, finally over. I caress the pouch and force back the gush of tears that threatens to return. Eventually, the guide slows to a stop in front of us. He waits, looking forward quietly, before turning around to face us.
Take my staff. I will need your lantern. Our path is blocked.
I clutch the lantern tightly.
Are you going to throw it?
No, it may not be poised to attack yet. I will blow out the light and draw nearer. Then I will relight it once I grow close enough to the Prowler. That should force it to retreat without having to risk losing one of our remaining lights.
And keeping it lit is worse than that because... why exactly? I'm surprised at how desperate the plan sounds, however I don't object to it. I have no alternative to suggest.
Alright.
I offer my lantern and he trades me his staff.
Stay here. The Prowler will not act rashly as long as it sees no light close by. It will be on guard if you approach.
I'm conflicted over the matter, but then the guide stares at me intensely. That gaze leaves no room for argument. I take the guide's staff. Margaret and I huddle around it together and watch as he disappears into the misty darkness. The two of us dare not speak. We wait in tense silence. Suddenly, I perk up at what I think is the sound of the guide's voice. The sound comes abruptly, startling me. Worry nags at me as I wonder what could have happened. Margaret looks at me unsure and slightly bewildered. Try to help. The guide's silhouette returns before me. Once I draw closer to him, I notice that he's standing oddly still. I look past his shoulder towards the Prowler, and the air is snatched from my throat. Despite being partially obscured by the fog, the figure isn't a twisted black mass. It's a familiar, vibrant color.
Lu?
What in the ever-living fuck?
Kikka?
How though? Excuse me? Tears begin to drip from my eyes and flow freely down my cheeks. I take an incredulous step forward. He's here. I sniffle as I get a good look at his face.
I'm so glad.
His eyes drift downwards as sorrow overcomes him.
Please, don't be. I can't make it. I'm hurt.
He wipes his face with his hand and stares at me helplessly. My eyes widen. Of course he must be after what he... I have to do something.
I can't accept that. I will carry you.
I peer through the mist to get a better look at him. The dark and fog makes the night practically opaque. However, I wince empathetically as I realize it looks like he's missing a finger. I can only imagine what the rest of his wounds look like. Lu's voice grows hoarse with emotion as he takes in the sight of me.
You need to stop trying to save me, Kikka. You can't. If I make it to the other side, I'll still die.
He lets out an uncomfortably out-of-place chuckle.
And it's not even because of my injuries. They're going to kill me for what I did. There isn't a way out. I'm trapped.
Oh, so now he actually tells you what's going on. Except in the other ending where it's like, oh hey, nice, he can visit you after the battle, and then it's like, oh yeah, Lu was executed by the way, so. He wipes himself again. The admittance leaves me stunned. Lu may have made mistakes, but could they truly justify an execution?
It's fine though. I'd rather you remember me as someone who was able to help for once and just forget about seeing me here than continue making everything worse by staying. Please leave.
I won't give up. There has to be a way.
I clench my jaw in mounting frustration. It doesn't matter what will come when we reach the other side. How could he just expect me to let go of him again after everything that's happened? Lu looks pained. Seemingly, he has run out of arguments to hurl at me. He then begins to rapidly mumble to himself. I can't make out the words from here, but I catch bits and pieces of it from where I'm standing.
Something. There has to be something. Anything.
He seems to come to a conclusion, and laughs and sniffles sadly to himself.
There isn't, is there? You found me again, and I can't change that.
Yeah, like, how did you even get out? Because I'm sure this would have taken a lot of effort, aside from just the instinctual fighting. And it's like, if you had no intent of coming back again, then why would you? Suddenly, Margaret comes near, lured by all the commotion. Lu backs away from me, shuddering.
What's going on?
Margaret almost trips over herself at the situation in front of her. She gapes at me, alarmed. There isn't any time to inform her. Lu seems to be in shock. I lock my eyes onto him and harden my voice so it's undeniable.
I can tend to your wounds. We'll relight the other lantern, and then we'll be able to keep moving forward. It isn't too late.
Lu grits his teeth, but his face is full of more determination than I've ever seen. Hope rises in my chest. Also, doesn't the guide have anything to say about this? You know, like he should be like right here as well, and he hasn't said anything for a bit.
Don't bother. It won't help now.
The delicate feeling grown inside me completely dissipates. He's committed to giving up. Lu pauses to interject another awkward laugh. This time it is almost unsettling.
Nixie aren't afraid of light. They use it to track who's on their lake.
What? Huh? I finally get a clear look at his wounds. Blood seeps from the deep gashes and cruel bites all over him, staining his clothes and coating his quaking body. He doesn't make any attempt to hide it or wipe it away. It's pure white. Wait, what? Huh? Excuse me? Excusez-moi? Excuse-moi? Eh? What even is going on now at this point? Like, genuinely? Sounds erupt from the lake. A wild, frenzied gurgling comes from near the surface. The Nixie are responding to Lu's action. He turns to the lake and glares at the water.
Be quiet!
In an instant, their chattering ceases and the area falls dead silent. What? What the fuck? He lets out a harsh breath and continues to leer fiercely out into the distance. His whole battered body visibly tense under his nearly glowing blood. Hey boy, are you from Chernobyl? Because you're glowing. so that was bad. Like, Straight up. I can't do anything. I can't even move. The suffocating tension of the scene is broken by a clang on the bridge. My will is finally placed back into my own hands. I swing my head around towards the sound. The guy dropped my lantern. He's unblinkingly stunned at the development, but suddenly a glassy calm comes over and envelops him completely. He stares at Lu with an unidentifiable expression. So does this mean that someone fucked one of the Nixie and then bore a... Wait, do you say bore? Birthed a semi-Nixie, semi-human... Or, like, what's going on here? Hello, cat.
So, everything I've done has been pointless then.
Before the guide can even think about saying more, Lu abruptly interjects, voice vibrating with desperation.
No, it hasn't been.
His calm completely shatters, as though it had never been there.
Ow!
Lu meekly gazes back, not prepared to actually defend his statement.
This isn't over yet. Maybe there's still time.
No, there isn't.
The guide parts with most of his previous emotion, and deftly reaches into his cloak. He retrieves his set of matches. I'm suddenly drawn from the floating ether of uncertainty back to attention. I gawk at him wildly. Surely he couldn't intend on setting the bridges on fire right now. I disbelievingly reach out to him, yet I'm too late as the match is struck and dropped at his feet. I recoil sharply as the flame immediately grows around him and starts to crawl in every direction. Yeah, the cat is fisting again, by the way. My head swerves to Lu and Margaret, and then back to the guide. The fire has already engulfed enough of the bridge to cut us off from each other. He makes no attempt to flee. I merely cast a sorrowful glance at him through the growing black smoke. He doesn't return my gaze. Could you not? Please. Jeez. He only looks straight ahead, with dead, empty eyes. I wrench my attention away from him, and onto Margaret and Lu. I shout over the crackle of the already waist-height flames.
We need to go.
Lu catches my gaze, and determination fills his eyes. Margaret is gasping and wheezing from panic. She shoots me a solid look to show me she still understands. She pries her fingers off of the guide's staff. I take a few reluctant steps away, lingering for a moment as I give the guide one parting look, before dashing full force to be with the two I need to protect.
You know which way to go? Can you run?
He nods confidently at me.
Yes.
Then he grows sheepish, and hastily adds, I look at him filled with the strangest, strongest rush of emotions I have ever experienced. Our eyes meet for a second, and with that, one thought rises above all the rest. We will be there for each other, no matter what.
Then lead the way.
With little time to process it all, the three of us sprint over the bridges in a race against time as the fire continues its ravenous approach. Alongside the crackling of the flames is the returning voices of Nixie. They are growing louder and clearer than ever before. As we run, I see many of them keeping pace with us, swimming alongside the bridge's edge. One of them shoots a gaunt limb straight out of the water and latches onto Lu's leg. He stumbles and starts falling forward. I react fast enough to grab onto the back of his shirt, which gives him enough support to remain standing. Lu struggles madly with the creature, trying to kick it off. As he wrestles against its grip, the Nyx mutters something to Lu. It's foreign words and low clicking that vibrates in my feet, before suddenly jumping up so high and harsh it makes me grit my teeth. Lu shouts back, his voice contorting with the same inhuman sounds I've been hearing all night. His words are just as indecipherable as the Nyx's. I have little idea what is being said, or what the fuck is going on at this point. However, with the way Lu is aggressively shaking his head at the Nyx, it can only be terrible. There, that worked. I work to help Lu free himself. I need to get him away. As I lean in, I stifle a gasp. The hole the Nyx has him in is so deep it drags sinewy bits into view as he feverishly struggles against it. I hear a gurgle just before a white liquid. Right, it's just a different type of blood, okay? Don't freak out. Rushes out from his lacerations, simultaneously spurting and pulling on the wood beneath him. Lu's pure white blood floods over the side of the bridge and bleaches the black of the water. As he thrashes even more violently, I hear the horrible, drawn-out rip of dozens of flesh layers tearing in two. Even though I know it's futile, I cannot stop myself from shrieking his name, as his foot is ripped slower than I'd wish on my worst enemy. His gel-like skin shreds agonizingly in a jagged line. The Nyx's claw gets caught on something, and Lu's white-tinged heel peels away enough to dangle down from his leg. Despite the incredible amount of damage being done, the Nyx still refuses to unhand him. I get even closer and consider taking out my sword. I fear it won't be of much use, but I am willing to try anything at this point. Then Lu does the impossible. He manages to give me a small smile.
It's okay. I don't need it.
He bends down to the Nyx, locked like a ball. To the Nyx, locked like a ball and chain onto his leg. Lu's fingers suddenly bend straight down, flat against his hand. It shudders and pulses until his fingers contort out into the narrow black appendages that glisten in the firelight. With a soggy grinding, claws curl out from under his coal-colored skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashes through the mutilated remains of his foot. His claws ring clean through. What the fuck? It slides over little resistance, ripping away the rest of the neck through knowing what ropes of disco. Okay, you know what? Maybe this is a good tag with what's going on here. Nyx falls into the water with the mangled extremity still clutched tight. Lu didn't give it time to grab hold of anything else. A broken, incredulous gasp escapes me. Lu stands as tall as he can muster on his now uneven legs, wobbling slightly as he shifts weight of his blood-drenched step.
We have to keep going.
What
the
Like his hand before, the fleshy stump of his ankle contorts before stretching. A thick milky substance between solid and liquid unfolds from it, warping into a sort of peg leg. I can't keep from gawking. Margaret is gaping. Yeah, no, of course she is. Lu doesn't pay either of her reactions any mind, beckoning us forward. He pushes down the bridges once more. I snap out of my stupor and jostle Margaret out of hers. She blinks a few times before coming to. We both start running after Lu. I continue to see glimpses of movement on the otherwise stagnant lake, but there haven't been any further attempts to impede us. What Lu did, or what he said to that one Nix, must have them on guard. If no grasping appendage is reaching for us, we fly across the bridges and don't stop until the fire is far behind us. Twice, Margaret slows down from exhaustion. But I shoot her a pleading, encouraging look, and that is all it takes for her to find the will to keep going. Lu never slows or falters, despite all common sense. Through the mist, the faint silhouette of the shore comes into view. Despite the end finally being in sight, I refuse to let hope enter my mind. Yeah, no, understood. Understandable. It makes perfect sense at this point. I thought I understood what I needed to do, but clearly I don't know anything about what resides in this lake or what it's capable of. Yeah, because apparently it can actually speak intelligent languages and communicate, rather than just being a sort of mindless monster. Lu gasps, gaspes, and my heart sinks. I look at him through ragged breaths.
Is there another path?
Lu teeters towards the end of the bridge, looking shocked. Then panic overtakes his face.
I don't know. I don't know what I thought. I've never remembered these bridges. I've never done anything right.
His sunken shoulders and despondent voice tell me he's lost his spirit.
It's possible you took the correct way and it sunk. It's not your fault, Lu.
Lu doesn't reply and simply hangs his head at a loss for words. I bite my lip. I open my mouth to insist we start looking for another bridge when a familiar, callous voice interrupts me.
You are correct. This bridge would have taken you to shore.
I whip around to see the guide. I'm unable to do anything but blink in shock. Margaret looks on in full disbelief.
You're alive!
He slinks in front of us, staring levelly.
The only one who believed that you weren't capable was yourself. But this is the end. Every path to the other side is gone.
Margaret isn't able to do anything except place her hand over her mouth in bewilderment.
So you're...
I can't bear to finish the sentence. He answers regardless.
I am. Lu is not. At least not any longer. He chose his side.
Lu finally turns from the lake to glower directly into the guide's eyes. The guide answers with his usual blank expression.
So you sunk the bridges. Of course. Did you also cause that board to suddenly break under Kikka?
Yes.
What? Did he know? Now Margaret accompanies Lu in his anger, glaring fiercely at the guide herself.
You lied to us!
You were the ones who chose to gamble with your lives. I warned you of what would happen.
Margaret clenches her fist in lividity.
We made our decision based on what we knew of the lake. Information we got from you, which was lies.
The guide quips back with an irritated quality to his voice.
What you did know as truth was that almost all those who cross Sinlos die. To think you would be an exception was foolish.
Wait, so the guide is on the side of the Nixie?
You can make as many excuses as you want. You're still a heartless murderer. And if you control the bridges, you could have killed us at any time. But instead, you've gone through this entire charade like it's some sort of game.
Funny you should say that, actually. Because it is a game.
Everything we have relies on this game. My role in it is to act as a human guide. I cannot stop or take the easy option simply because I personally think that might be nice. We have to be committed if we want to survive.
He releases his anger before continuing on.
And that is not all. You may not believe this considering your situation, but no one here enjoys looking upon the faces of individuals and picking who will get to see the other shore and who will be killed. Instead, we usually leave each traveler's fate in their own hands. Follow my guidance, don't make mistakes, and you should survive. I would not have needed to tip the scales if everyone here played their part.
The guide's insinuation on who to blame is clear. Margaret turns to face Lu and narrows her eyes accusatorily at him.
While we were on the island, you helped the guide when he was in a position he couldn't easily sneak out of. Why would you do anything for him, knowing what you knew?
Her voice rises.
Why weren't you using your informed position to help us from the start if you actually cared?
I didn't do it for him. I did it because I was worried Kikka might get involved. And I obviously can't even help myself. How can you think I might have been able to do something for you?
The guide pointedly interjects.
No one should have gotten involved with that. I intended to let myself be injured to reaffirm my humanity. Unlike Lu, I am capable of disguising even the color of my blood.
So that was the whole... what the fuck? What in the... what... No. Margaret still seems firmly suspicious of Lu, though he looks defensive. I watch these exchanges unfold intently. I can understand why they're so crushed over this, and why Margaret is searching for more lies. It's hard to trust much after this. So... Okay, but if Lu is a Nyx, then why did he allow himself to be taken away in that one ending? Instead of just hang around in the lake until he could actually get out. Until he saw her back. Like what's up with that? And also, does this mean that... Wait, but what about his father? The guy's father? Like, what's up with that? Also, then what's up with the potion? If that wasn't even necessary, in the ending where if he takes too much of the potion, he loses. Like he gets lost. He doesn't know the way to go. But right now, our lives are in the guide's hands. If anything is to come from this, it will be from trying to understand him and getting him to understand us. I take a single step towards the guide.
Why does someone have to choose one side over the other? I may be human, but that does not mean I want to see more lives lost, and that includes the Nixie. I don't believe your kind must cease to exist.
Lu cautiously nods.
Keeping humans away through fear may work for now, but their settlements will only grow. Eventually they'll be coming onto the shores with more in mind than simply crossing. Why would it be such a problem if not everyone in the world hated us?
Yeah, it's because, as humanity advances, so does their technology. Hello, I'm going to hug you and give you more attention than you want, and hope that means that you decide to go away. Good. The guide's visage pales even more. He gives us a distant look.
I know that I can only put off the inevitable. We cannot grow an army or create grand weapons, or even retreat. Someday humans will be capable of conquering us. Yet approaching them on our own will not save us. Will only hasten our demise. Nixie are known as monsters, and I, as the guide, am a well-trusted figure among several human communities. If they find out the truth, it is foolish to believe they will react with kindness and forgiveness. If you wish to blame me for putting our kind in this position, you may. The pollution from the single camp Garvin established all those years ago was enough to disturb our lake noticeably. It couldn't go on. I assumed a human form, copying much of Garvin's appearance because I was unsure how else to appear, and failed to reason with him. That may have been due to my own shortcomings. We still needed them to leave, and I knew enough to guess that if Garvin was gone, the others would abandon the quest. He was the only one stopping the retreat, and the only one who needed to be sacrificed for the safety of everyone. So, when Garvin went out onto the bridges alone, I killed him there. That was the turning point where we became labeled as a frightening, lurking threat. I have been trying to take responsibility for what I did, and decided to use the humans' idea of what we were to our advantage. We are natural shapeshifters, so appearing as monsters was not outside the realm of possibility.
This is not exactly a turn I expected the story to take. I will be quite honest about that. It truly is not. I feel beads of sweat form as I start to quake. I knew the guide's life story must have been false, considering what he truly is. But directly hearing what transpired with Garvin is still difficult to take. The man before me killed him. Lu steps forward and looks the guide straight into the eye.
Garvin was a leader who only thought of his own goals and refused to listen to anyone else's point of view. Can't you see that you become the same?
That is fine. I do not think myself superior to Garvin. Indeed, I believe that his ultimate ambition was correct. Garvin may have been driven by his naive, childish need to fill his life with accomplishments, but his working at those achievements made it possible for those around him to thrive. Kikka herself benefited from it, as did countless others in the villages he established.
The guide pauses to steal a quick glance at me before continuing on.
In the end, the reason the Nixie cannot trust that peace will be possible with the humans is not due to the fact that we're different, but because we are the same. When the time comes, and it will come, humans and Nixie will choose to protect the ones they care for most, and forsake those they don't. Either humans will immediately want revenge for the lies and deaths the Nixie have committed while also wanting to remove a threat, or there will be a mere illusion of peace until we and Sinlos can be used as tools for human affairs. Since humans do not get along with themselves, positive terms with us will certainly not last. Refusing to let anyone cross, allowing the wrong people on our lake, or even speaking out of turn could mean some communities think we're deserving of an attack.
Okay, you know what? He's got a point, unfortunately.
And of course, we should remember what happened to the other guard who was with us. You here could have helped him, and yet you did not.
I close my eyes for a moment, willing myself to not get too emotional. My heart aches and sinks to the pit of my stomach at the memory of Bemelle.
This lake is cruel and unforgiving. It forces one to make such heartless decisions. However, you would not have been spared that outside its reaches. That is simply the way of this world. Some can be saved, others cannot. No matter how poorly you wish to think of me, I merely made a choice that couldn't be escaped. You must realize that reaching out to humans won't create a place where everyone is spared from a dark fate. It will only risk the safety of us instead of them.
It's clear the guide is unambiguously certain that there is no other way. I have no hope of convincing him to give any human a chance in the little time we have remaining before the bridges sink. The defeated look on Margaret's face tells me she has come to the same conclusion. She has no retort for the guide, even though she likely disagrees. We both know there is no point in trying to save ourselves. While on this lake, all the cards are in his hand. Trying to overcome the horrible laws of Sinlos was a futile goal from the beginning. It is a sobering fact to learn. Still, I am not willing to stop here. My efforts don't have to amount to nothing. I take a solitary breath. My life hasn't been ripped from me just yet, and there is something I can do that may help another. And look directly into the guide's empty, distant eyes.
Yes, I can understand such concerns. But why have you not sunk this bridge yet?
It will naturally fall shortly.
But you can sink a bridge early if you so choose, and you haven't. Even if you did not want to expend your magic, you did not have to come here or stay this long. Why are you speaking to us at all when you could end this?
He doesn't reply. Only watching me with an unreadable expression. Yeah, like that's a good question. Like why does he give his whole villain monologue? Oh, right, it's because they want to give their whole villain monologue. My heart pounds in my chest as I tentatively pose my next question.
Is it possibly because you don't want it to end this way? Do you want your words to change something?
Now that I am aware of the full context of the guide's situation, I am under the impression that he is not as callous as he initially appeared. He deals with situations in certain ways, of which I have started to catch on to. Both Margaret and Lu looked on dubiously at my attempt to reach him. I mean, it's not like we've got many other options, so yeah. You know, you could also just wait. You know, this, although it has minimal chance, still has something going for it. The guide offers us a doleful smile.
Is that honestly so surprising, Lu? I am not
Let me
eager
just,
to participate in your death. None of us are.
There we go. Upon being suddenly addressed and with such words, Lu is taken aback, but almost immediately his guard is put up once more.
After everything you said about necessary sacrifices, how can you pretend that you care about one useless Nyx?
It's true that we cannot ignore what has happened. We need to protect ourselves. Yet I know that this is the worst outcome in all our minds.
Despite his words falling on completely deaf ears, the guy desperately continues struggling to connect with Lu.
I did not suggest you stay off the bridges because I don't trust you. It was because you were clearly self-sabotaging and I felt worried. And when you were found, I wanted you to leave to lessen your offense. Not because I didn't want you. Even when I took the drastic measure of dropping Kikka into the lake, I did it because I hoped it would cause you to prioritize saving yourself, not because I wanted to hurt you. Did you not hear the other Nixie encouraging you to fix this that first night? Then despite continuously refusing to do what you needed to, I made sure you at least safely reached the island when you did not remember the way. You didn't need Kikka to protect you, Lu, because all of us were, from the very beginning.
Hello, cat. You really, like, even when I annoy you, you don't stay away, do you? You still just want more attention. Alright. He releases a pent-up breath.
Still, you cannot be blamed for responding to her kindness. I had not realized the extent of your emotions, and that left you feeling isolated. I may be distant, but I believed you understood why.
Meow.
I was wrong.
Meow meow. He casts his
Yes, I can understand such concerns. But why have you not...
cat. I don't even know what key that was.
It will not.
Alright, let me just see.
Is that after it's true? I did even. Did you? You didn't. It was my.
Doesn't.
If you really want to help Lu, and Lu wants to help us, why not give her and me a chance, just this once? I promise that we can be trusted.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Could you please stop walking on my desk and interrupting my streams? Could you do that? Could you do that? Could you do that? Could you do that for me? A little meow meow. A little meow meow. Yeah. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Could you? Yeah, I'm sure you could.
No. You cannot leave this lake with the knowledge you have. That is an immovable law we abide by. Now, if I had wanted to spare you by allowing you to live here, I still wouldn't be able to. In some ways, I could be considered a leader of the Nixie. However, I am not a monarch. Decisions such as that aren't ones I can make on my own.
He turns to look out at the water. He speaks up loudly across the lake.
To those who are listening, this is your time. If you would like these humans to survive by remaining with us, you may say so now.
My eyes dart across left and right, desperately cling to the hope of hearing something, anything. To my utter dismay, there's scarcely even a ripple of movement on the surface of the water. Every moment of silence, my heart pounds louder and louder in my ears. The lake of voices is silent. Oh, he said it! He said it! Softly the guide pleads with Lu once more.
Come back to us.
Lu flinches at the demand and stays rooted to the spot. The guide continues urging him.
I want to listen to you, Lu. I want you to be saved. But I can't, so long as you've forsaken us.
Lu pulls his arms together and stares down at the ground, trembling. The guide's gaze weighs into him as he sinks further and further into himself. It's as though he's ready to crawl back into a ball like when we first met. Then Lu shifts his head up somewhat. To peek over at me. There's something unnameable behind his eyes. I can't find the words to speak, so I look back at him sympathetically. It's all I can do at this point. His head falls back down. Reluctantly, while trembling, he turns his body away from me. This action is so slow, it feels as though he's wrenching himself away from my presence. He starts to walk past without acknowledging me again. I still struggle to say anything as he makes his decision. Margaret's jaw is clamped shut as well, and so the two of us merely watch him leave solemnly. Lu almost gets ahead of Margaret when he hesitates in front of her for the briefest of moments. Then he picks his head up and thrusts his hand at her, grabbing her by the arm. Faster than I can react, Lu pushes her hard to the side. She doesn't even have a chance to stumble as she is tossed right off the edge. Like a bad dream where I am moving too slowly, Margaret reaches out her hands to grab onto something. I rush forward to her, but it's too late. I arrive at the edge as she sinks below the surface.
Margaret!
I watch helplessly as the black water stills completely, as though nothing and no one fell through it mere moments ago. It feels unreal. How could this? Why would this? The sound of Lu's fragile voice breaks the trance shock put me in.
I'm sorry.
That's all he ever says. I whip around to face him. I'm reeling from shock, but anger claws its way up now. His arms are tightly wrapped around himself. He looks ashamed, as though that is enough to make up for what he's done.
That's always been what I had to do. To come back. Kill a human.
I can only respond by widening my eyes even further as I desperately try to process what just transpired and why. I look over at the guide. The earnest man, overcome with such vulnerability only moments ago, is now replaced by the same detached expression I've been treated to over and over again on this journey of night terrors. It's an unbearably cruel reminder of where I am. Lu's eyes flit to the side in shame.
Talking to humans is completely forbidden. Even if you didn't mean for it to happen, it's still a terrible mistake. As the guide was saying, I could have made up for it by returning to my prowler form and properly fulfilling my responsibilities. But I didn't do that. I went with you. punishment for that kind of knowing offense is death.
Oh, so maybe he was executed by the Nixie. I see. He frowns bitterly at the words.
You mean, if you had just not, if I hadn't insisted, then...
I start to trail off into disorganized babbling at the revelation this brings.
No, don't blame yourself. It's almost a guarantee someone would have been lost on this lake without me there. And I still would have died too. I felt worthless. I wouldn't have been able to maintain the form or follow the patrol. So it was going to be over for me. I accepted that. I'm sorry I had to drag you down with me.
Lu doesn't wait for my reaction. He turns away, hardening his expression to face the guide.
With that, I can say you haven't rejected what it means to be one of us. Speak. We'll hear you.
Lu's determination falters slightly. He tries to sound self-assured, but it is obvious that he's nervous.
I'd like you to give Kikka a chance. She is kind and she cares for others. Even those who don't do her any good.
He says the last part rather harshly, guilt straining his voice. All around us, a barely audible chorus of whispers emanates from the lake. I can only feel the sensation of sound, as I completely lost as to what they are saying in their foreign tongue. The guide closes his eyes and listens for a moment. He nods imperceptibly. Wait, no, but if he controls the bridges, then he had no reason to just kill all of us in the endings where we didn't find out, and where he just simply took the dose of painkillers. He was just doing it for fun there, just for sport. He reopens his eyes and they're trained directly on me.
We will continue to kill humans who enter our world, as we've already done to those you care for. Accepting Lu's recommendation means you're willing to also accept that kind of sacrifice for our sake. If you cannot, so be it. The choice is yours to make. Show us where your values lie.
I swallow hard. The voices dissipate once more. Despite still being under the surface, I can feel the eyes of every Nixie on me. Lu doesn't speak. He knows that the choice is mine alone to make. Yet he is pouring his heart and soul into the gaze he's giving me. He risked everything to try to save me. I can't bear to speak to either man. My choices are either to lose my life to this lake, or to abandon it to the same place. I search inside of myself. As much as I've pretended to be strong, to be sure, all this time I've never known for certain how I should live, or what I should be living for. But somehow this journey has given me a clearer view than I've ever had before. A sliver of a tear escapes my eye. Then, finally, I ball my hands into fists, prepared to face my fate. The guide nods solemnly. It strikes me that he was expecting such an answer. Lu goes as silent, still, and rigid as a statue. Soon, a look of sheer horror consumes his face. For moments as the sun rises, Lu shakes, mouthing words I sometimes know and sometimes don't. But his lips form no, most of all. Finally, the spell keeping him still breaks, and he takes a step closer towards me, with his whole body still quivering. I shake my head at him and he stops, albeit with a delay. He stares at me with wide, sad eyes that grow shiny. Shiny! His face is frozen halfway through a word that I try not to recognize. I don't pay him any more mind. I look out towards the shore. I remember Bemelle and Margaret and every single human being I've ever known. I couldn't live for myself if it meant accepting that many others will die in the same horrible ways right under me. The sun rises in the sky farther and farther until it burns brightly through the fog. The sound of sloshing and creaking starts. The bridge begins its inescapable descent. I'm struck by how beautiful the world looks now that the darkness is cleared. I keep my eyes focused on the sky as I hear a mournful whimper from nearby me. The coolness of the water collects around my feet as the bridge sinks below the surface. I let my eyes droop closed and ignore everything around me, keeping still. As my legs grow weightless, I feel something in the water with me. I open my eyes as my face goes under, and I'm faced with crimson. It doesn't take until my eyes adjust to know what it is. Lu reaches for me, his clawed hand hesitating just beyond my arm. I can't make out his face, and that's one reprieve the lake grants me. My legs have nowhere to stand, the water is weighing me down, and the cold is chilling my bones, but I manage to shake my head once more. With a moment's hesitation, he deftly navigates the water and retreats further into the dark, though likely just far enough to no longer be seen. I breathe out, and the bubbles of my last bit of air tickle my face, even as I start to jerk for my body's need to escape this tomb. I am not consumed by fear. Instead, I am filled with a strange sense of determination. Yes, everything grows disoriented, and I forget how to tell up from down. What is done is done. All I can do now is remain firm by what's important. So this is one of the death endings where you still get the credits. Ooh, bonus events. Ah, I'll check those later. Okay. Now we load this. We skip to the choice. Let's see. Try to help. We skip to the choice. And then we want a chance. Lu lets loose a sigh of relief like a gale. He shoots me an emotionally charged expression before shifting hopefully to the guide. The guide keeps his focus fixed on me.
Your understanding did something we failed to do. Save one of our own. I see no reason to refuse your honest request. There is an island the bridges do not connect to. It is yours to live on.
The dead end is magically restored by the sunken bridge rising up from below.
That temporary pathway will take you there. The maze will still sink as a whole rather soon, for it cannot be up during the day. However, if you do enter the water, no harm will come to you now.
I'm not able to take a step onto the new avenue in front of me. My life had been forfeit only seconds before, and now? The sudden shift is too jarring to process. Something gently brushes my arm. I jump, causing Lu himself to flinch at my response. He smiles at me apologetically. He had been trying to get my attention. I don't even know when he got so close. Before he can vocalize his thoughts, the guide interrupts.
Return to the lake, Lu. You need to start healing. It will only worsen here in the open air. You can meet Kikka on the island. You need not worry.
But
Lu, it's alright.
He likely doesn't want me to be alone, nor does he want to be alone himself. He remains unsure, and I harden my expression at him. He finally stops resisting his need to rest. First, he merely backs away from me, before then leaping into the water, vanishing under the murky surface. I stare blankly at the water, which stills in a matter of seconds, as I have seen it do more than once. The guide manifests beside me. I don't react to his presence.
I would like to know why you chose to stay. I ask you not to judge, but so that we may be more accommodating if you had some sort of hope as to what your life will be.
It's a loaded question. I wonder how I could possibly even articulate my reasons for choosing this, especially to him. Right, and then this one. He quirks an eyebrow curiously.
It doesn't matter if I am in my village or here. As long as I am still breathing, I can work towards finding ways to save others. I will not give up.
I can sympathize with his position and understand that his intentions are for the good of his people. That does not mean I must accept the framework he presents. Conceding we both want to protect those we care for, though in different ways, isn't cause to throw up my hands and say it is fair enough. Progress cannot be made by stating your views without challenge. Moments ago that was an option for me, but circumstances have changed. I intend not to waste the opportunity. He then removes his eyes from me and looks off into the distance.
I see. I wonder who will be moved to change, if either of us ever are.
He pauses for a moment, drinking in the view of the light shining against dark waters. And does he then mean himself and Kikka specifically? Or humans and Nixie? Maybe he meant it in both ways.
Perhaps it won't be only one of us who changes.
He brings his gaze back to me, though he says nothing. With that, he promptly walks down the newly risen bridge. I teeter back, unsure of myself. Before I can walk too far away, I force myself to follow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Bemelle, to Margaret, to the villagers of Hamer, and to everyone who put their faith in me. Wait, the Hamer has multiple villages? I thought it was like just one specific village. Or maybe it meant villagers. I bid all of them a forlorn farewell internally, as I continue behind the guide on the bridge into the unknown. As I set foot onto the shore of this new island, the guide disappears without another word. I'm not alone for very long. Lu rises up from the lake to greet me. Though they're far from completely healed, his wounds seem considerably improved and no longer seep white. Whatever was keeping me standing fades, and my knees buckle beneath me. I let myself fall backwards into the soft sand. For a time, neither of us say a word. We just listen to the whisper of black, heavy water lapping at the edge of the sand. Eventually, I hear him swallow. His meek, breathy words just barely break through the waves of the lake.
Sorry you have to be here. I never thought.
He starts to ramble on. As he continues to babble near nonsense, I delicately cut through his tangle of words.
Lu, my mission is ultimately the same. I want to protect others. I would like you to help me.
Of course. I'll do anything I can if it will help.
My face glows with a small smile at his words.
I'm grateful for that. I will need your knowledge and advice on how to speak with Nixie. It is unclear what I'll be capable of, but I'll need to continue speaking with the guide. If he cannot change, then nothing will.
Okay. I don't want everything to stay how it is either. And I think you will be able to manage something. After all, you've already made a massive difference by being here.
I hope deep in my heart that he is right. I will do whatever I can to ensure that it is. There may be no way to save everyone, but that doesn't mean I will allow it to stop me from saving anyone. Oh wow, just like the title said, it's like you can save anyone, but not everyone. This island is much larger than the one used during crossings. I'm grateful for that, at least. I continue my training regimens each day, both out of habit and a desperate attempt to maintain some normalcy. Lu and the other Nixie bring me food and books and other items from the other side. Wait, books even? I have learned that Lu and the guide are not the only Nixie who can speak my language or take human form. Though not all can manage bodies with so much detail. And some do not have a nocturnal lifestyle either. In this way, I've become acquainted with many more Nixie. The island and lake are constantly busy. It's almost like a small village. Yet the minor familiarities are not enough for me to forget the situation I'm in, or what happened to bring me here. I think of Bemelle and Margaret daily. How could I escape such thoughts when I am surrounded by their final resting place? I only pray that they can find peace. Whenever I can, I tell all the Nixie who will listen about my hopes for the future. Many are committed to the guide's plan, and it is difficult for me to gauge what kind of impact I'm having. I have also spoken with the guide on the subject. Each day at sunrise, he appears on this island for a short time. I cannot tell if it is courtesy or curiosity that brings him, perhaps both. Regardless, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with him. We have discussed our length and ideals. Neither of us has changed our stance in a meaningful way, at least not yet. With each day, I feel more comfortable speaking frankly with the guide, and I understand more of how to approach him. He also seems to be more accustomed to me. He no longer sees a need to be secretive or keep his deeper thoughts hidden. Yet it won't matter if the situation remains as is. I keep my spirits up by remembering Lu's words. My simply being here has already caused a great shift in these stagnant waters, and my determination will not fade so easily. Whether it is the Nixie, their leader, the lone human who has come to reside here, or all of us, somehow, in some way, Sindos will change. Okay. Yeah. Well, at least this ending isn't the one where you die. And then what? Oh right, no, I see now. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Yada. Try to help. Yada yada. I want a chance. And then don't answer. The guide waits for a moment. When he realizes I have nothing to say, he looks off into the distance.
If you ever wish to speak to me on the matter, do so.
I still don't reply, lost in the quiet of my thoughts. I can't speak freely on the matter. I'm not even fully sure what the reason that drove my decision was. Perhaps it was the simple desire to continue living and not succumb to an untimely demise. Or maybe the guide's point of view has rung truer than I'm willing to admit. With that, he promptly walks down the newly risen bridge, Alright, that's the same. Right, farewell, new shore. He stands there, we collapse.
Sorry you have.
I morbidly recall that Bemelle and Margaret will also remain here for an eternity. I wonder what they think of me for what I've done. I'm unsure of what I'm doing, but I try to shake those thoughts away. All I can do is continue forward. That's all I or anyone can ever do. Right, then that's just the same things. Yep. Okay. Let's see, did I have that achievement already? Company, company, yes. And pain, yes. Okay, drink, yes. Sorry, yes. Distance, 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 yes. Okay, and now just start a new playthrough. Right, quite informed.
It's been years since the time of Garvin the Exemplar. It's impressive you knew.
And then I believe we should
And
go.
I believe you.
Yeah. Place hand. Pull forward. Kick. Current
So you're staying
format.
behind?
Wait timer. Encourage. What is it? Do nothing. Alright. Let's see, is this heading into a choice? A group of prowlers.
Not again.
Okay, Margaret, wait.
We already lost.
Yes.
We can't lose a lantern.
What are you?
And then he's going to burn the bridges.
Wait, are you going to?
It will.
This is insane. And what about the other man?
He's dead. We're not losing another lantern.
Oh, but this... Like now you're viewing this in a whole different way. With the exposition we had in the previous run. Wow. Alright,
Don't get
just
left
normal
behind.
matters. And then Margaret. My voice was too soft for her to hear me. Lingering for only a moment, I start following the trail Margaret took. I catch up with Margaret, and I notice that her eyes are glistening with tears. As I try to move closer, she turns on me sharply.
What do you want?
Okay, damn, cool down. I take a step back and keep my voice low.
I was worried.
Well, there's
Alright,
I promise I will.
that's
alright, a lot of this is still the same.
Margaret?
leave me alone.
No.
Uh-huh, yes.
Do you even know why I came?
Then why? Why would you risk this journey?
Yes, okay, same exposition, and then of her arm. She sighs softly and chides me teasingly.
Really?
Okay, that is still pretty much the same.
How are you faring? Any problems?
Then
Everything is
again, a whole lot
How
of the
kind.
same.
I'm glad to hear that.
I didn't expect.
You ought to not question it, you know. Simply be thankful.
Right.
Okay, and then we just wait until the next choice.
Have you seen the guide?
I saw him earlier.
Good. In that case, I'm going to.
Wait. I can't help but wonder if it's the best idea to keep splitting up and wandering off. We've all had time to ourselves to think. I believe we should stay together now.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
She has a point.
Well, I've had my fair share. I'd still like to.
Oh yeah, I would not mind
I could
walking.
also go for a nap.
And then we go for a walk.
What do you think?
I am the one who wanted us to stick together. I'm not going to put a wedge in the plan. I'll come along.
Glad to hear it.
The three of us begin our walk, conversing lightly as we meander around the island. As we walk, I can feel my worries easing into a light burden. I peek over at Bemelle and Margaret, noticing the brightness in their eyes, the cheer in their voices, and wait, what? Noticing the cheer, and know they feel the same. After all the horror of the night, we finally have a reprieve. Bemelle speaks animatedly as he finishes another one of his tales.
So he tries to force his way into that old barn by kicking the door open. His foot ends up going right on through the wood and gets stuck.
Okay, that's funny. Margaret and I exchange a look, sharing unspoken amusement.
I'm curious. This fellow guard you've been speaking of wouldn't happen to be a stand-in for yourself, would he?
He certainly wouldn't. Must you always doubt my word?
Bemelle playfully feigns distress while Margaret laughs.
Yes. Kika's far too polite, so someone has to keep you from getting too big-headed.
Fine, fair enough. But what if I told you the fellow guard in my story was actually Kikka?
Then I'd have to tease her for committing a blunder that seems like one you would make, of course.
You're a harsh one, Margaret. I'm not safe from your verbal lashings no matter what I say.
You make it much too easy for me.
Oh, this is very nice. Margaret's grinning, full of mirth. She looks towards me.
Kika, you aren't upset by that, are you?
Her face grows with concern. She's probably questioning if she's taken it too far by targeting me. I smile warmly and shake my head.
I'm glad to be included.
Margaret immediately looks relieved, returning to her jokingly snobbish expression. This familiar exchange with her has made me brave. I take a deep breath.
And in all fairness, I'd also have to give myself a difficult time if I made a mistake befitting Bemelle.
I glance between Bemelle and Margaret nervously, trying to gauge their reactions at my attempt at adding to the conversation. After a moment, they both start to smirk. Then Bemelle lets out a hearty laugh.
I can't believe I've been betrayed this way. After all we've been through.
Margaret smoothly applauds my efforts. I smile timidly at their reactions.
You've come so far, Kika.
Margaret gazes at me fondly. Gaze back. I catch Margaret's eyes, and we spend a moment sharing a gentle connection. Yuri, Yuri, Yuri. For a brief moment, all of the troublesome circumstances seem to float away from our minds, and we enjoy each other's company. I wish it could go on for so much longer, but it's only a while later that I have to speak up.
We really should rest before nightfall.
I'm fine with that idea.
All right?
Bemelle leads us over to the area where the guide mentioned we were going to meet. Margaret and I sit together. She lightly rests her head against my shoulder. The three of us quietly wait for the guide's arrival, occasionally chatting with one another as we rest. The sky turns orange.
It's almost.
Alright. This seems pretty similar. And then throw the lantern. Now. Wait timer. And then I won't go.
I've noticed the attention you've given her. Is that what this is about? Do you want to sacrifice your position to give her a hope of safety?
Oh, it's a shame that the one that's like specific to Margaret is the shortest.
Or perhaps you would prefer the both of you being left so you remain together? Or does your relationship not matter after all, and you don't care who gets the chance as long as you avoid a sense of guilt?
You're completely mad!
I am aware. No one should have to take...
And then take Bemelle. Found another word, he turns around.
If any further discussion...
Okay.
If you wish.
You have to go.
If the choice was between the two of us, you should have gone.
Yes, but Kikka made her decision.
The people need you more than they need me, Bemelle.
That's a lie. Even if it worked, I wouldn't care.
I don't intend on leaping into the lake. I will find a way to manage. I'm sharp and quick-witted, after all.
But then he said that we use his own words against him. You dare use my own spells against me, Potter.
Be safe, please. There isn't time left.
And then he leaves.
I will see you again.
And then we wait timer.
It isn't safe to get near those things without a light. And besides...
And is that just the same ending? Yep. Maybe this isn't. You stay vigilant.
If only I had thought...
Don't blame yourself for that.
Right, that's still much of the same.
If anyone should be feeling regret right now,
It was impossible not to have noted...
I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize. Unfortunately... You couldn't force the guide to take the both of us.
You're far too kind, Margaret.
When the guide said that only you could go, a part of me was thankful. You would be fine with him.
Oh, there we go. New dialogue.
But, I admit, another part of me disliked being the one left behind. Not by the guide, but by you. It's silly, I know. Still, in a way, it's comforting that at least we're still with one another, even counting the circumstances that led to this. Besides, with no lantern, no glasses, and an indifferent guide, I severely doubt that I'd be faring much better under his care.
Margaret grows wistful and speaks softly.
What I'm trying to say is that I never would have been able to make the kind of decision that you had to, and I think it made sense for everyone.
I feel tears well up in my eyes from gratitude to Margaret for all her kindness. She chuckles lightly.
If that isn't a sign that I'm not meant to be a guide myself, then I don't know what is.
I dry my tears with my sleeve with a small sniffle.
You've truly decided against that?
Yes, absolutely. I never want to see any lake again for as long as I live. Since I don't have any plans, I'll have to find a nearby village on the other side to stay out for a time. I'll decide what the next step on my path will be then.
Knowing Margaret won't be stepping on these bridges again after this night eases my heart greatly. The future is starting to look bright somehow. I look at her shyly.
I would still like to help you, if that's possible.
A small, bashful smile creeps onto Margaret's face.
Well, I suppose I could see what your town is like after all. I will need directions.
Oh, is she gonna stay with us now? Hell yeah. I beam widely at her. The air between us feels warm with a light-hearted pleasance.
Directions are not nearly enough. For that journey, I will lead you myself. I'll be sure to bring you there safely, Margaret.
Margaret giggles under her breath.
Thank you. I'm positive you'll make for a better one than our last guide.
The two of us share a smile together for a moment's reprieve. However, for any of our wishes to come true, we need to refocus on the situation at hand. We allow the conversation to fade out. The last of our happy voices drift away from us and are absorbed into the mist. There's still not even a trace of powder on the bridges, nor any Nixie in the water. Both Margaret and I silently agree to speed up a bit. I don't know how much time we have left, and we can't spare time. And then we're almost there. Her hold isn't out of fear as it so easily could be. This time it is from a determined anticipation. We start running, our footsteps in sync. We cross a long path and come across a strange sight. A bridge whose curves... Yeah, okay, but now that we're only with two of us, that shouldn't be an issue. Ah, right. That's the issue.
We should keep going this way. There aren't any other branches here, and backtracking won't help us get to the shore. There's a bit of a limit on how much...
Could we possibly use burning paper to distract the Nixie
Right,
again?
that's just the same thing. Oh, wait, what? Oh yes, this is new, I think. Maybe it isn't, I don't know. You are very sharp, Kikka, and very kind.
I'll crumple the paper ahead of time and hand them to you as we go.
Okay, that's just the basic things.
What is, or rather was,
Oh
that
hey, yes,
book?
that is new. Margaret rips another page out of it as she answers.
It was a blank notebook. I had been feeling it.
The fact that she brought that with her on this journey makes the content easy to guess. It also makes it clear why she is so readily tearing it up. I take a step out on a limb and attempt to brighten the mood with some teasing comment.
This is the second time you've saved me by finding something unexpected to light on fire. Should I be concerned that you have a pattern of setting what's around you ablaze?
Her eyebrows shoot up and she abruptly snorts.
No, you should not. The Nixie are afraid of light. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay. I still thought it best to check.
We both share a small laugh. It certainly didn't compare to Margaret's skill in that area, but it pleases me that we were able to enjoy it regardless. Once we have a fair amount of pieces to work with, I take my own set of matches, fire, right. Yes, nothing surfaced. And then more paper, and then
Give me
freeze,
all the paper you have
and then
left.
just a yeet. And then
Start moving.
more.
Quickly.
Or, yeah, like a lot of this is repeat dialogue. But then if I try to skip it, then suddenly it's like, oh wait, am I suddenly missing something? Alright, we're still on the small section, and then the broad section. And then we move.
Margaret?
I wonder if this is any different now with the interactions we've had, or if it's still gonna be the
All
same.
right. Can you stand? We have to move.
No, I can't keep running anymore, Kikka. It's too much. There's nothing
Nope, that's the same.
I know you understand. Margaret, you can make it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't...
No longer resignation, she rises, and she moves. We start to run again, and this time we do not stop. Just, there we go. And shore. We both manage to distance ourselves from the waterline. And then... Maybe this one's different? Let's see. Margaret pushes herself up and scrambles towards me. She moves in such a hurry and on such unstable legs that she manages to get tangled in the hem of her skirt and tumbles. We're close enough that I'm able to catch her before she hits the ground. I support her as she straightens her skirt out. I'm deeply grateful that I'm able to be there for her. She smirks at me and I have to assume she's thinking about how my behavior makes me a truly typical guard. Yuri! Let's go! But suddenly we're embracing. A giddy laugh bubbles up from her, and she buries her face in the crook of my neck. She hugs me tightly. I can't keep the blissful smile off my face, and a new waterfall of tears spills down. Margaret lifts her head from my shoulder and gazes into my eyes. Neither of us let go as we stay in place and drink in the sight of each other. Our foreheads brush lightly as we relish in the joy of being alive together. A noise beside us brings me out of the moment. I frantically turn to see where it came from. The disturbance is enough to immediately shoot the tension back up. It's an immense surprise and thrill when Bemelle emerges into view. He stands a little ways away, almost gawking at what could potentially be a pair of ghosts in front of him. His momentary shock dissipates, and a relieved smile easily replaces it. He murmurs quietly,
You're alive.
My frayed nerves settle again. He made it to the other side. Our reunion is intentionally interrupted by the final member of our group. The guide, who seemingly materialized out of nowhere, doesn't have a mind to let us get caught up in emotions on the shore of this lake.
It is time to leave this place.
Right, we have to leave, we have to go.
Good.
And then goodbye. And that's it.
This will be goodbye for us as well. I appreciate the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
This all seems so terribly.
Yes, very sad. Anyway.
Kikka?
Oh, yes, yes. I turn my whistle face
We
to
can't
determined.
Would it be alright for me to come along?
Yes, let's go.
Of course. The village I'm going to isn't exactly safe. However, you are more than welcome to join me, and I will make certain that you are protected there.
Margaret's lips turn into a warm smile as she nods graciously.
Thank you. I need some place to go so I can procure a new pair of glasses and a new way to make a living. Besides, you're forcing yourself to act like nothing affects you, and that simply won't do.
I blink a few times, unsure of how to respond to that. I resign myself to looking away with an awkward smile on my face. Margaret hums a teasing tune as she cracks a grin. Her eyes drift closed for a moment, and she grows reflective.
You know, it's very strange. I felt trapped in my own life. It was as if no matter what I did, it was always running in place, and there was no way to escape the small, miserable bubble I existed in.
She sneaks a glance at me before continuing.
That maze of bridges out there was much of the same, but we found a way out of that miserable place, and there was something for us at the end after all. I wonder if miracles like that can happen in the real world too.
Wow, maybe, probably. No, because the lake isn't that different from the nature of the world itself when you really consider it. It seems I'm not yet out of tears, as I feel their presence growing.
There is. I'll make sure of it.
Margaret regards me with a familiar teasing smile.
Are you still holding on to that idea from the island? Is there anything that can shake that determination of yours?
I half chuckle at the question. It fills you with determination. Wait, no, that wrong game.
I'm sure there has to be. However, I won't allow something that could break it to occur.
Margaret chortles before she grins at me charmingly.
I'm glad. That's something I treasure about you, Kikka.
I can't help being a bit bashful. It is so nice to let myself feel how I honestly do. Bemelle clears his throat, capturing my attention. I drag my eyes away from Margaret to him. With a what? on my face for ignoring his presence all this time. Then I snap back to Margaret. I meet her deep inside her eyes.
It truly is time for us to leave this place.
Margaret's face glows with bravery and a new sort of inner strength.
Yes, let's go.
We turn around and walk away from the lake. Without looking back or stopping, I close my eyes. One farewell. Right. Yes, could not afford to fill the villagers. Okay, Bemelle was happy. Was stronger. Oh, now Margaret. After putting Sindos behind her, Margaret explained where she was originally from, though she has no plans on returning. Despite she right, yeah, no, that's the same. Lu is dead. Yeah, trust me, those who cared about him learned the truth, because those who cared about him were the Nixie, because apparently he was one of the Nixie, and apparently they killed him. Yes. Anyway. As the task in Hamer comes to a close, I mentally prepare myself to return home. I'm all too aware that things will never be the same. Life's lost. Oh! Margaret returned to my village after the task at Hamer was over. I insisted that she stay with me for a time while she grew accustomed to her new surroundings. While she still liked to tease that all the villages were the same, she was grateful for the offer. We are working together to find a new career that is better suited to her talents than the one she was pursuing before. And it does not seem hopeless. She has already managed to acquaint herself with the village elder. I believe it won't be long before she finds a place she can fully shine. It is incredible to still find fulfillment in these small joys, despite the pain and hardship. I will continue to do all I can to protect others, as well as the life I've come to love. Alright. Let's see, loyalty. Do I already have that achievement? No. Okay. I'm sure you are forgiven.
I know.
Then I believe we should
And
go.
I believe you.
Place hand. Pull forward. Kick. Current
So you're
format.
staying behind?
Wait timer. Encourage. Okay.
Stay close. We need to run.
I'll be right behind you.
Alright, that seems pretty similar. Right, let's see, is there any... right, and then there's the dude.
It's a man.
Do
Sorry.
nothing.
Leave him.
No!
Do nothing. Then melee. And then right, he notices the base. Negativity radiates off him, breaks the silence.
I know that, sure,
Right,
I
that's
could...
the same.
Am I simply being foolish?
I don't
Yes.
know.
I want it to be, even if they would. It is not as though... What do you think?
Really,
We'll continue to sport.
I don't have the. I have no. I am sorry.
No! It is only...
I will continue to support you. And then after
Of
we speak to
course.
Margaret,
That's our...
Wait, did I really not have that achievement already? Well, it's not in the list, so apparently.
We really should rest before nightfall.
Yes, you should rest
I'm fine
indeed.
with that idea.
Right, in place. Nothing really special seems to be the
Hello,
thing.
Margaret.
Are you still holding up?
I would.
I think we can manage.
Okay. Then we watch. And then now. And then. That's cool. Wait, what?
I can scarcely believe that this is the solution we've come to. With the way the guide acts, though, I suppose that I shouldn't be too surprised people are willing to turn on him this way.
Yeah, this looks like new dialogue.
Continue down this bridge. We cannot remain here any longer.
Bemelle gives him a nod and starts to walk across the soggy boards as the new head of the group. And walk along the bridges together in the stillness. The guide's occasional instruction of what paths to take is the only conversation that reverbs in the night. Our steps echo throughout the bridges and are more acutely aware of just how many paths there are. The lake is quiet, but then some sounds. Dread, path, narrow, and then the guide appraises the bridge, looking intensely down the path ahead.
Normally it would be possible to cross a narrow bridge if one is careful with how they step. We can't continue as we are. Our combined weight is too much.
Is there another path?
This is our path.
But now we can change who carries, apparently.
So, you knew from the... Unfortunately, that plan isn't going...
No, surely you wouldn't.
Please, you have to try.
There is another path. It is longer, however, and prowlers are a far more common sight.
Bemelle immediately lets out a bark of laughter. He is feeling awfully validated in this moment. It seems the guide had intended to keep information from us if he could get away with it. I shake my head at the guide's warning. We can't allow him to move freely now, not after learning
It
that.
will still be more manageable than this bridge.
Margaret stares on as though she can hardly believe what's happening before her. Still, she remains quiet. Despite the guide's initial opinion, he sighs.
Go back a small ways. You will find a branch heading west. Take it.
With a satisfied grin, Bemelle readjusts the guide on his shoulders and moves to be the head of the party again, leading the way back. We trek through where we came. Along the battle, Bemelle tries to make light conversation. Wait, did I say along the battle? Along the way, Bemelle tries to make light conversation. He's recounting the battle in which I earned my title. The guide has his focus elsewhere. It is doubtful he is wearing a word Bemelle says. Margaret seems engaged by the tale, at the very least. As he ends the story, he turns to me and smiles brightly.
Because of Kikka's status, she has the option to choose which missions to take rather than have to do whatever she is told. Despite that, she accepts each task assigned to her. Our entire village is awfully proud to have her.
Nice. I smile lightly at the excessive praise Bemelle is happy to put on me.
You are always much too kind. Every guard does what's asked of them. I am no different from them, or you for that matter.
Bemelle chuckles airily at my words.
If there was nothing to admire about you, then I wouldn't do so. But the more I learn of who you are, the more I know for certain that I'm right about what I say.
I feel myself fluster a bit under all the flattery. Bemelle has always had a natural camaraderie with the guards. It is only now I have started to realize he has made an effort to be extra kind to me all this time. I look back at him, now spinning another riveting tale about my heroics. and am struck by how much of a thoughtful man Bemelle is. He seems completely dedicated to making sure I'm surrounded by pleasance, even in dark times such as these. Later on our path, weaving through the labyrinth of boards, Bemelle becomes uncharacteristically quiet. I look over to see that his breathing is heavy. Carrying the guide is starting to take its toll. I feel the urge to say something, however, I bite my tongue. That would only give the guide a reason to demand his medicine, and that's a situation neither Bemelle or I want. Sorry, I had to yawn. I've not been getting the best sleep lately. I'm watching as Bemelle's knees suddenly lock up and he nearly stumbles forward. He catches himself and manages to stay on 2 feet, yet the guide starts to slip from his grasp. Bemelle tightens his grip and hoists him back up all the way onto his shoulders. The guide's face twists into a grimace at being jostled. Bemelle attempts to mask his fumble with a laugh.
I hope you aren't falling asleep up there. You've got to stay on your toes, even if you aren't walking on them. You're leading the way.
The guide scrunches his nose in another display of pain, or perhaps it is annoyance.
Why are you so eager to die?
I'm not sure where you got an idea like that from. I've already explained that I'm doing this precisely so we won't die. Preventing you from leaving us to those monsters is worth a little added weight.
The guide clicks his tongue and sneers at Bemelle.
Letting me lead uninterrupted means there was a chance I could leave you behind, yes. However, that was a moderate risk compared to the enormous one you are taking right now by carrying another person. It is not you who benefited from this.
Bemelle quirks an eyebrow at the guide.
The risk was lowered then. Good to have a confirmation on that.
There's a lull in the conversation as the guide quiets. He adds one more thought, and I must assume he intends it to be his last contribution to this argument.
A heroic end isn't something to strive for. It is a waste.
Bemelle shakes his head firmly.
There have to be those who are willing to work for more than themselves. If there aren't, then it won't be possible to build something greater than just a single person.
I always believed that I had no choice but to look at the world like the guide. However, I began to wonder if perhaps I don't. Pragmatism is the only method that holds worth. After that exchange, the mood darkens. There is a definite shift between Bemelle and the guide. Though before it can escalate further, that distinct clicking noise becomes eerily apparent. I stiffen immediately and search around wildly with my eyes. Margaret also slows to listen nervously. The sound creeps down one of the branches of the bridge connected to our set of boards. Despite how tired he must feel, Bemelle hastily quickens his pace. The rest of us follow. After some time we break away from the noise of the nearest prowler. Before we can relax, that erratic clicking, squelching sound coils for yet again from ahead of us. We continue to push forward. However, no matter how fast we move or what bridges we take, we can't seem to escape the stalking sounds of these prowlers. Every so often, I turn my head to look behind us to see if there's anything. Sometimes it does seem as though a crooked shadow is following us, and others it doesn't appear as though there's anything at all.
Go down that path.
The guide points feebly toward another branch, with a hand that's even paler than usual. Bemelle nods and walks down the crossroad chosen by the guide. He has been giving directions more frequently, and Bemelle is following them without hesitation. The prowlers grow louder, and now in addition to the swishing sound, shattering in the lake starts to bubble up. It's beginning to feel as though we're completely surrounded. Tensions are high and the situation is growing hectic. Margaret becomes more frantic with each step. Bemelle is having troubles keeping collected, and I am trying to see everywhere at once as the sounds of the Nixie rising from the lake swiftly surrounds us. Eventually, regardless of his best efforts, Bemelle has to stop to catch his breath. He inhales heavily. He even gasps after gasp as sweat drips from his forehead.
We cannot stay here. We'll be trapped by prowlers.
Through ragged breaths, Bemelle quips back at the guide.
Unless you've lost the ability to give directions, that's not going to happen.
He starts to trudge on the path again with heavy, hard-hitting steps. Margaret looks at Bemelle with concern, bringing her hands toward him half-heartedly as she debates over how to help. I debate with myself over whether I should say something or not. I could help, but that might be better saved for when we're out of such a dicey situation. We don't have any time to waste here. Let me carry him.
Bemelle, you can hold on to my lantern and I will take the guide. I can't manage for as long as you have. However, that would be better than pushing yourself to the limit.
I give him a withering look. Bemelle returns my gaze, clearly conflicted. After a moment, he releases a sigh. Bemelle knows that the weight of this task isn't his alone. He cracks a small smile at me.
I would appreciate that. The two of us make for a much better pair than he and I. Does our guide agree with that assessment?
The guide gives us no answer and simply turns away. I smile awkwardly back at the both of them. Bemelle places our injured lead down. I walk closer and offer my lantern to Bemelle. He puts his hand over mine instead. It rests there, the top of a pile with myself and the lantern handle underneath momentarily. His fingers are trembling. After that brief gesture of affection, he takes the lantern with care. He then backs up with an encouraging grin on his face. I move to the guide and nod at him.
I will help you now.
The guide doesn't resist and makes no complaints over the switch. He accepts his fate as an inevitability. I pull on the man's lanky limbs to hoist him up onto my shoulders. The guide makes a few murmuring sounds of discomfort that quickly passes as he settles again. I can see Bemelle is already breathing easier now that the load has been taken off his back.
We need to get out of here.
There is no disagreement, with each of us being likewise eager to leave this place. Yeah. No. Okay? Don't bother my microphone, please. Yes? I will now put you on the floor. There are still swarms of prowlers all over. Again, this reads very differently when you have the context of the different endings. The guide points an arm over my shoulder.
Turn down that branch.
We walk at a brisk pace down a new bridge. After what feels like an endless creeping nightmare, the lake grows quiet again. We are finally left alone once more. Our group stops to breathe, still reeling from how close we came to the edge. As if to mock our attempts to feel calm, the light of the sun starts to peek through the mist. We are running out of time. It shakes me to think this coming light is the true reason we were freed from the prowlers. I steel myself for the answer to the question I'm about to ask.
Is the shore close?
We will have to run.
I swallow down my dry throat. The weight of the guide feels that much more overwhelming now. We're still ragged with exhaustion from the trial we only just survived. However, I stand firm to address them. I will not let anything drag us down.
We're almost there. We are going to make it.
Bemelle smiles boldly at my words. Margaret nods a little shakily, yet she also seems determined to not be left behind. I readjust the guide and tighten my grip on him. Then I begin to sprint down the bridge. As we run down a long stretch, the faint silhouette of land comes into view. I nearly can't believe that it's there when I see it. I ignore the pounding, aching feeling in my legs and pump them as hard as I can, focusing on the clear goal in the distance. We race against time as the sun rises even higher. Nearly all of the darkness has faded away. Even so, we don't stop. We keep pushing. The guide abruptly demands a change in direction. I start to take a sharp turn to the left, when the added weight of his body causes me to tilt. I hold my steps and manage to keep myself from wobbling too much. Bemelle appears right at my side. His face is full of fear. I cannot blame him. That was a far closer call than I would have liked. A fragile smile breaks out past all the concern. He addresses the guide, who is still stubbornly clinging to my back.
We're close enough to the end, I think. If Kikka gives the medicine back, would you be able to manage the rest of the walk on your own?
There isn't time for it to take effect.
I try to steady my shaking legs. I've carried him far longer than I've ever needed to lift another person before, but it has to be done. We can't leave him here.
Well then, might I help you with that dead weight? I'll take one arm and you can keep the other.
I lift up my eyes to meet his. They shine confidently. Bemelle is a good man. Involving another person may be quite a risk, yet at this point I feel it will be worth it. Between the two of us, we should have the strength to go on.
Yes. Thank you.
I slide the guide down one side to make it easier for Bemelle to take hold. He takes position as the final part of a chain connecting all three of us. The guide's only contribution is a nearly inaudible sigh I only catch because his face is so close to my ear. Bemelle and I nod knowingly at one another. Then we begin to run, fighting against the sunrise and our own exhaustion. The three on our feet continue running as hard as we can until the dog draws near, and finally make it to shore. I nearly vault my body as far away from the shoreline as possible before completely collapsing onto the sand. The guide lets loose a deeply pained groan as he ends up being brought to the ground with me. He still takes the opportunity to gracelessly untangle himself from the hold. When I regain even the smallest modicum of strength, I divide my hand. No, you don't divide your hand. You dive your hand into one of my pouches and fetch the medicine we took from him. I offer the vial to the guide. He stares at it for a moment and then at me. He silently accepts it. I look at him with my thoughts mixed. Should I apologize? Even if this was part of the journey, everyone was spared. Even if this part of the journey everyone was spared, the guide still suffered from our actions. While I ponder over what to do, the guide doesn't show the same lack of surety. He disregards my glances and downs the vial completely. His eyes slam closed. Anything said to him would be unwanted, regardless of what it was. That much is clear. Assuming that he would prefer to finally have his own space returned, I push myself away. My joints creak, still burning from how much exertion they were forced to endure moments ago. The events that just unfolded flash before me. Suddenly, I feel myself being the one lifted. It's Bemelle who holds me close to his chest. I hear him quietly sniffling above me. Aww. I relax into Bemelle's embrace while wrapping my arms around his neck. What Tears brim in the corner of my eyes, and I allow them to fall freely. Through this great emotion, he speaks quietly, more to himself than anyone else.
Thank God.
The small statement makes it fully sink in that we reach the shore. Ah, so then there is nothing to sink, right? Because you're already on shore. Ha ha. Again, if you're here, expect terrible remarks such as that. We actually made it after everything. We're safe. I'm so overjoyed that he is here, that the both of us made it together. We stay like this as long as his worn state can manage. Even after placing me down, he never strays far. There is movement from the corner of my eye, and I notice that the guide is standing again. It is almost strange to see him behaving so normally, so distantly after what we went through. He draws near to us, his cloak swaying in the morning wind with each step he takes.
It is time to leave this place.
Yes, nothing left for here. Alright, then just the basic. Yes, goodbye.
Goodbye for us as well.
Yes, yes, yes. Anyway,
This all seems so
yes, very sad. I peer up to see Bemelle. He holds me in his gaze sympathetically. You know, he's like putting the hand over his shoulder. I mean, sorry, like, do I still have that? Yeah, there. That. It reminds me of that. When I just see it's phrased in such a way.
We don't have to put all of this behind us. Especially not right at this moment.
I stare at him silently, tongue-tied at his words. He gives me a comforting smile. The smile lingers for a bit before his expression promptly hardens.
I'm not sure I'm the same coming off the bridges as I was stepping onto them. It's something I'll always have to live with. That's all right, isn't it?
I would say it is, of course. I stare at him tenderly.
Yes, it is.
This won't be the last time we face situations where lives are on the line. I understand that difficult decisions will need to be made. Still, I am not going to let anyone abandon someone else, if I can help it. I can always look for another way. After all, it's impossible that I could ever be the most logical person in the room. Someone else will stop too much recklessness from happening. And then, occasionally, my focus on finding a solution to help all instead of accepting a painful reality will make a difference.
I feel tears incoming and manage to smile for him, heartbroken and joyful.
I think that's wonderful. And very much like you.
He smiles happily, though then takes on a bashful look.
Let me add that I don't want you to feel as though you personally need to make up for my idealism. I'm not your responsibility, and I'd like for you to be happy and honest about how you feel, and...
He started rambling, so I cut him off before he can work himself up further.
Bemelle, you have never been my responsibility. You're my partner, and you don't have to worry about me either. I understand. As a pair, I take pride in how one is strong where the other is weak.
Bemelle's eyes grow wet with tears of his own, and he grins ear to ear.
Kikka, thank you.
Thank you too.
He wipes his damp eyes on his sleeve and chuckles self-consciously.
I hope that this means I'll be allowed to keep sharing your company from now on. It seems I've gotten used to seeing you each day.
I would love nothing more.
A warm sensation hovers between us. It means so much that we found what we each were missing in one another.
It truly is time for us to leave this place.
Bemelle stands a little taller.
That is music to my ears.
We turn around and walk away from the lake. Margaret notices and follows behind with no hesitation. I offer her a small smile, seeing her settle in step with me. Without looking back or stopping, I close my eyes and whisper,
Farewell.
yes. Right. They were grateful. The lake. Bemelle was a great help. He hadn't forgotten, but he was stronger. Margaret was strong. Report, Lu is dead. The guide remains mysterious. And they go home. And after it... Oh! New dialogue, let's go. After he returned home, Bemelle adopted a wolf dog named Dedrick. He did not enjoy being alone at night so soon after what he witnessed on Sindos. I could understand how he felt. I told him that I am there at any time if needed. In what way? Now, he along with Dedrick regularly make themselves at home in my cabin. I would be lying if I said it did not bring me comfort having him there. We still spar together and are often partnered for missions, meaning we spend most days together. It is incredible to still find fulfillment in these small joys, despite the pain and hardship. I will continue to do all I can to protect others, as well as the life I've come to love. Lake of Voices. Wait. Huh? Really? That seems oddly simple. Okay, say nothing. We each remained locked inside our own thoughts, not another word passing between us. Eventually a small light appears. That's the guide. Okay, then. And then say nothing. The guide approaches Bemelle and me before I have time to sort out my thoughts.
You will stay.
What?
You would have already decided to come if you had the proper mindset for a journey such as this. You two will stay.
But you don't understand.
The guide raises a hand to me. Eyes cold. My words die in my throat. If he decides we aren't fit to cross, how could we persuade him otherwise?
This is bullshit.
Oh no!
We are more than equipped to make this journey, and we know more of what it means to be in danger than most will know in all their life.
You two will stay.
Bemelle's muscles tense, and I put a hand on his arm. He trembles slightly beneath my fingers, his hands curling themselves into fists, but he doesn't say another word. The guide turns around and heads onto the bridge, but Margaret uncomfortably looks from the guide to us.
Goodbye.
Then she steps onto the bridge after him. Bemelle sighs, the anger releasing from him, as they disappear into the fog.
Farewell.
Be safe. We reached Hamer safely, though it took much longer than we would have liked. Much of the village had been damaged or even destroyed. It was my fault for taking so long. I did all I could to aid them in defending their town and repairing what could be salvaged. Bemelle was disheartened by how little assistance we were able to provide. However, he could not deny how fortunate we were to have both made it at all, especially after we got wind of the report given by the guide to the elders for that night. Wait, but, you know, if there was only one passenger, every village close enough to Sindos gets informed on what occurs in that lake. He does so because communities wish to be made aware if they have lost one of their own. This time his news was the death of a young woman. The one we spoke to, Margaret, is gone. I have not heard or seen the guide. But how though? You know, like, wasn't the whole point that if there's only one person traveling with, that it should be easier to survive? Although I regret that I was not able to do more to protect these people, no one admonishes me for it. They seem sure that I did everything possible. I hope that is true, even if I cannot bring myself to believe it. Soon Bemelle and I will return home, and we will once again take the long way around. My one piece in all of this. Okay, this time it's also a different word that's pronounced as piece, but is that Sindos will be far behind me in a matter of days. I intend to keep it there. Well, that's probably the shortest main ending. You know, like if you head to the credits, or at least the white parchment background, then I say like, okay, that's one of the main things. Anyway, 5th playthrough. Alone. Let's see. Check. Def. Def. Check. Okay, 6th playthrough. Okay. Okay. Say nothing. We should
And
go.
I believe you.
Not. Pull. Kick. Bemelle grabs Margaret and I both, helping us toward the center of the bridge and cussing under his breath.
I only looked away from.
It's fine, but
Right, are we fine?
I
Yes.
am.
Though I don't actually want to let go. Right, then lantern.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, pay attention, be solemn.
We lost the lantern I threw.
Alright, yes, yes.
It's better than them taking anything else.
The nervous laugh bubbles out of me and stops.
We need to keep.
Adrenaline. Keep walking, yes.
You can stay near me, but
Okay. And then current format.
So you're staying behind?
And then turn. And then do nothing. And then speak with the guide.
you haven't asked me to leave. Does that mean I can speak to you?
You may say what you like.
Oh, this is new. Sadness. I feel tears well in my eyes. After all that's happened, the people who've died. After all that's happened, the people who've died. How am I even supposed to talk to someone like him? He does not even seem concerned. He doesn't seem to care about anything.
Why can't I be more like you?
My voice is soft, but by his raised eyebrow, it seems the guide heard me.
I do not want to feel pain or sadness anymore. I am so tired. I wish I could feel nothing at all.
My head droops, and I cover my face and cry.
How are you able to go through this every day? Is it nothing more than becoming used to it? I have seen death so many times since becoming a guard, and even before that I was familiar with loss, yet it still hurts so much. The sting has not dulled at all. I have simply learned to hide it better. And now it seems I cannot even do that.
I cannot stop sobbing. The tears just continue to fall. His disinterest strangely makes it easier to let my true self show. Although he remains silent, I can still feel the guide near me. He has not abandoned me here. After some time, I manage to stifle the tears and look up at him. His eyes are distant, looking out across the expanse of Sindos.
You do not need practice. You need a new perspective. You can see 1,000 deaths and still feel pain at each one, so long as they hold meaning for you.
How can I do otherwise? Losing one's life is a tragedy.
There are people dying even as we speak. You do not care about them,
I do not have to see those with my own eyes.
but you can still decide that those deaths are not relevant to you. Or perhaps you choose to feel that whether a person dies sooner or later makes no difference. Or even that death is to be preferred over life in this world. At least they have peace. Their death may even be beneficial to others. Any such idea would be fine. Pick what is easiest for you to swallow.
Well, that's certainly a way to think about it. It sounds so cold, but he is simply giving what I asked for. I'm not able to stop myself from inquiring further.
What is your perspective?
He pauses, a moment in thought.
The villages in this area pay me so that I am able to stay and lead people when needed. But making a living is not the reason I do so. Neither is it so I can help those who wish to cross. I stay here so that I can make certain as few people attempt the journey as possible.
What?
I have decided to believe that I make a difference in the amount of those who come in contact with Sinlos. So long as I am here, others rarely try to cross on their own. They either wait for the few trips I am able to make, or don't go at all. I can also turn someone away if I feel they are unfit. My one hope in this life is that someday people will never attempt to cross the bridges again.
That's actually sort of a decent point.
It is a futile dream, I know. It is impossible to convince everyone.
Then the feelings are gone.
For those who do insist upon going, well, if their life is worth risking to save a few days of travel time, then it isn't worth very much at all. Understand?
Yes.
Fine.
He closes his eyes and thoughtlessly brushes a few loose strands of his hair back behind his ear. He seems to be losing some of his patience. For some reason, it is hard for me to see the guide acting so normal. It makes me realize how I never truly saw him for what he was. And then it's not your fault.
What?
The guide turns back to me, incredulous.
I didn't want someone to die. I didn't.
My words get choked behind tears.
You're just a man. You cannot do more than anyone else. You cannot fix what is wrong with these bridges, or stop dangers from appearing, or make it so people will not have reasons to cross. You simply do what you can, like anyone else.
I feel anger begin to mix with my sorrow.
It is the world that needs to change, not you. No matter what choice you make, there will be suffering and hardships. All this time, I said I did not wish to leave anyone alone. But I have done so from the beginning. You are not my enemy.
The guide stares at me blankly. It seems as though he may be intentionally stripping himself of the human qualities he showed on him. Again, reads a bit differently after one of the previous runs.
We are not allies either. We are merely two strangers, walking the same path.
Regardless, I will be there for you.
Again, he watches me without speaking.
You should protect yourself.
He moves from me to stare across the water. The conversation is over. No matter, I will be strong. For the both of us.
I'm going to see how everything is on the island.
As I turn and leave, I feel comforted that, at least in a small way, I understand the guide better. I head for the wooded part of the island, pick way through the bush,
How are you
melee.
faring? Any problems?
Everything is fine.
How kind.
I'm glad
Right,
to
calm
hear
down.
I didn't expect.
Alright, that seems pretty standard. What I see is the guide. I blink in surprise. I didn't expect to run into him. From the look of his face, he didn't expect me either.
that. Hello again. Is everything well?
Nothing has changed.
I consider his words.
That is the best we can all hope for under these circumstances.
The guide nods.
Yes. It won't be much longer before it's time to depart. I will wait here for the time being.
Fine.
The guide is a strange figure. Oftentimes it feels as though he is scarcely any present at all. And at other times he makes me feel apprehensive. Oh, oops. In this instance, however, I don't mind his company whatsoever. We wait in somber silence until the sun begins to vanish from the sky.
It is time to go to the meeting point.
I nod. We walk together. The lack of conversation does not weigh on me whatsoever. There is nothing to say in this moment, and there's no nagging pressure to fill the silence. When we arrive, the spot is empty. Right. Ah, this seems new, yeah. I feel a sense of resolve. The guide has made this trip more times than one could count. I need to remember that this is possible. We can survive. Before too long, Bemelle appears. He gives me a half smile as he waves.
Hello there.
I wave back at him. With the group now complete, the mood becomes tense. I can no longer ignore the fact that it's nearly time to leave again. However, I refuse to let go of this newfound determination. All three of us wait in silence until darkness overtakes the island. Night settles like a shroud over the land, every inch of the world now covered in unrelenting darkness. Suddenly there is a gurgling. Water parts raised by some pounding heads.
Let's go now.
And then meow, let's go. And then we keep moving, and then half the night is by. Everyone's
Why?
absent. Skin crawls.
This isn't
Concern.
right.
Could they be?
I don't know.
Alright, that seems still pretty. Right. And then it
Even
could
back
be.
when we started, the first time we met, the
Alright,
guide
that
is free
seems
to do.
the same.
We need to make it.
I'm
Right,
saying he
no
can-
impression. Whoa. Sorry, which one did I choose? Right. Okay, I think that is. Alright, let's see. Okay, this looks different as well, yeah. Sorry, so. Okay. Right. This looks like much of the same. I feel gut-wrenching sadness from the guide. He deserves to have as good a life as any of us. An agonizing silence permeates the air. No one dares to even move. Right, this seems much the same. Right, I think, like, yeah, wow, it really just sticks out so much. Right, let me just return to the main menu, start a game, override the current thing. Yes. Okay, but now we could just like skip through.
Have you seen?
Okay. Say nothing. Should
And
go.
I believe you.
Not. And then we have to fight. Pull forward. Kick it off. Current format.
So you're staying behind?
Turn. Do nothing. Guide. Sadness. Not your fault. And I do not agree. Bemelle's face darkens for a moment. I continue.
The guide may not care what fate lies ahead for us. That
Perhaps you may be right. I'm not blindly trusting. Will not accuse.
How much
Right, no
longer and-
difficulties.
Should only- Is there a
Long trek.
if you have
Ice.
Don't.
Hostile.
Am I right? Are you going to leave us behind after what I've done?
Right, that's much of the same. And then it must have been hours, however, judging by how much energy I've expended. So yeah, that seems much of the same. Hello. Right, chatroom grows. Start to get me. Right, yes, the guy turns, freeze. Go back west. Meet you there. Smell forlornly. Go. Okay, yeah. Since the time I recomposed myself, I have not stopped walking for a second. Despite how much distance I've put behind me, the twisting route still feels endless. And I weave through the labyrinth, not allowed myself to dwell on the whispering creatures hidden below my feet. Suddenly, from out of nothingness, a faint light appears in the distance. The worry that my tired eyes are playing tricks on my mind drives me to furiously rub them and look again. There it remains, drifting alone. Are the bridges ablaze again? No, the light isn't growing. Could it be the shore? Mesmerized, I begin to sprint towards the phantom light. The shine gets brighter and brighter. It gets brighter and sharper until the source becomes clear. It's the lantern of the guide. He's here. My eyes widen incredulously as I stop in front of him. I cannot believe this. We were able to... Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. That's from the Genshin dub. I cannot believe this. We were able to reunite in this maddening world of fog. No matter the shock, I notice immediately that he says, can only manage one word.
on the shore.
What? How? A fountain of question fills up my mind, yet I am no longer capable of releasing any kind of sound. Seeing the struggles I am having in processing what's happening, the guide reaffirms the fact of the matter.
We reached the other side. No one has died.
Fractions of tears form in the corners of my eyes, and for a brief moment I'm completely overjoyed. Bemelle made it. He is alive. Safe. Now that it is obvious I fully understand, the guide unceremoniously turns around and heads down the bridge.
We need to move quickly.
I blink several times, unsure of how to react to what could be considered a miracle. But I instinctively follow to avoid being left behind. Our journey continues. The bridges, the lake, the destination and the guide are all the same as they ever were. Yet for me, nothing feels the same. I have lost my sense of grounding. In this strange new situation, talking to the guy does not seem especially daunting. It makes it possible for me to finally speak aloud what has been lurking in my mind.
Why are you here?
If he truly made it to shore, what would compel him to return to the maze? It's a risk he, of all people, would know is great. He answers without turning. I am not allowed to see his face, but I get the sense that he is frowning.
Do you assume the death of a traveler is my first choice? To have any worth as a guide of this lake, you cannot be a fool. But neither can you be a coward. I knew that you would still be here.
The guide leaves it there. Again my eyes well up with tears that threaten to spill over. He believed I would survive. He put his trust in my abilities enough to come find me.
Thank you.
I watch the guide's smooth gait as we continue on. Wait, no, but then that means that this separation was also intentional. Oh my god, you really just see everything in a different light after that one ending. However, he is the one to break the glowing silence. Oh, sorry, I need to adjust. Yeah. There, it should be better now. That is surprising in and of itself. What he actually says is even more so.
Would you like to tie a string between us?
What?
What?
Tying a string from my wrist to yours will ensure we don't drift too far apart, and is a reminder you're not alone. If someone is taken, the string will snap. It is calming without putting either person in further danger.
Oh, well, that's
It cannot be done
unexpected.
when there are many people. The lines would become tangled. Since it is only the two of us, it is an option I can offer you.
He flicks his eyes back to search for my response. Yes. And save. I stand awkwardly, dumbfounded at the offer. Somehow the idea makes me nervous, but I cannot argue its benefits. The guide ceases walking as well, and dives a hand into his coat. I fidget in place, trying to remain alert. After rummaging for a moment, he brings a spool of string out of his pocket. The guide pivots his body and tosses it to me. I manage to catch the spinning spool in the air as it attempts to unravel.
Tie it to the end of your wrist, and then throw it back.
I do as instructed, tying the knot tight. After giving the guide a signal, I toss the string across the length of the bridge to him. It creates a thin brown lifeline between us. He catches it dexterously with his free hand. Turning to the side for a moment, he rests his staff in the crook of his arm. He snaps the string, storing the rest of it away before he locks the other end onto his wrist. The guide gathers a section of our link in his hand and tugs on it, making sure that my side isn't too loose. He stares down the path at me and we make eye contact. As he gazes into me, I notice there isn't any emptiness in his eyes, only strength. When did he change? I begin to wonder if I was the one who had to change in order to see what was always there. He shifts his focus away, and the action pulls me forcibly back into reality. I wait for the guy to get a proper hold of his staff, and then we begin walking once more. The whispers of the lake ring loudly into the night. Occasionally, I still look down at the string. The effect it's having on me already is quite remarkable. Seeing it connect from my wrist to his does make me feel far better. It hasn't made us safer, but the dread of being left alone again has faded. I find myself wishing I could get those thoughts across to him. ever. I don't know when exactly, but let me just scroll through the guide to have an estimate. I think it was somewhere like an hour ago. But yes, we did get the women kissing ending. We did get Yuri %. Or well, no, like technically they didn't kiss, but I'm just going to assume that off screen they did after we had the final dialogue. Anyways, where was I? Alright. Yes, now we're on the final few things of endings. Well, and I will make sure to publish the VOD. So you can take a look for yourself, of course. And maybe I'll even like try and timestamp it. But that could also be a lot of effort, so you know, maybe I will, maybe I won't. It depends. Anyways, let's try and continue on the current endings. I find myself wishing I could get those thoughts across to him. However, I am aware enough to know that this is not the time for those kinds of concerns. Oh yeah, and we also had an ending with such a great plot twist that it completely changes the way you look at all the other routes in the game. It was so shocking. The whispers died down until they completely dissipate like steam in the cold. The remaining sounds in my sphere of awareness now are footsteps and my measured breathing. Earlier, the guide mentioned that talking amongst one another was fine, as long as you remained aware of what was happening. I wonder whether he would mind conversing. It isn't to divert memories like it was on the first night. It's that I would like to hear him speak further. The more I've learned about him, the more interested I've become. Guide?
Yes?
Is it still appropriate to speak? If so, I would welcome a conversation with you.
He is silent for a time. The anticipation wraps itself taut around my neck as I wait for his reply.
I have a name.
What?
At the beginning, when I explained that silence was not necessary, your first comment was asking my name. I lied then. I do have a name.
I find myself at a loss for words. It's such a small thing, and yet it feels momentous. He has a name, lied to me about it, is admitting to the lie he got away with, and he remembered my question even through the chaos. Without persuasion, he unveils more.
I do not wish to share it. Explaining why is also undesirable. Thus, I've come to tell others I simply don't have one. It's surprising how easily others accept something as unusual as not having a name.
Well, maybe because you're on the unusual lake of unusual events with unusual creatures and unusual bridges. It's not having a name is pretty digestible in comparison to everything else. So if you've accepted that, then accepting that you don't have a name is also pretty easy. Despite facing away from me, I feel his last line was spoken through a smile. Still, it is admittedly quite strange. Even if someone is unnamed at birth, there is nothing stopping them from choosing their own. I grow red-faced at how it never occurred to me all this time. It wasn't degrading, but pointing that out may have been an intentional jab at my expense. He does not speak further, and the delicate pleasantries between us evaporate. His silence isn't the sort caused by a lack of topics. Rather, it's pensive. He's thinking on something. I wait for him. I would rather let him finish his thought than rush to fill the void with just any words. And he does finish.
It is easier to leave someone calling for help when they aren't pleading to you with your name.
Oh, that does make sense, but I still don't know how you feel about it, knowing what I know. Yeah, I'm not sure if you want the twist spoiled to you without actually seeing the gameplay in stream. So, just in case, I'm not saying what exactly has happened. Yes. In the back of my mind, I worried it had to be something like that. I don't bother asking him the obvious burning question. If he wanted me to know, he would have said it. He's still afraid to give me his name. I go with the next option instead.
How long have you been known as the guide?
I cannot say for certain. The past is something of a blur to me. Keeping count of time is difficult when so little changes on Sinlos. I imagine it must have been several years.
The guide couldn't be significantly older than I am. Such a large part of his life belongs to this lake. I try to give the dour thought? Do you mean sour? A positive life.
Very few would be able to manage that position with so few years behind them. You are highly talented.
Just like my father.
Ah, yes, your father. Oh, this is a turn in the conversation that I had not expected.
I recall hearing many similar comments back when I spoke with those who knew Garvin.
Garvin the Exemplar led his people to so many victories. He is a genuine hero to my village. I admit, it is curious to speak with his progeny.
His progeny, yes, indeed.
You're not. I am not Garvin's son. He would tell you so were he still alive.
Oh hey, he just admits himself in this ending. Huh. I flinch at his words and immediately regret mine. I spoke so brazenly. It was nothing but thoughtless. I ready apologies, however there isn't even an opportunity to open my mouth before he adds more.
I know that when I was very young, I had no one to help me. I was to take care of myself. One day I decided to travel to the shores of Sinlos, where Garvin was. No one attempted to stop me. After many years on the battlefield, Garvin claimed territory in the area and founded villages. He wanted to understand the mystery of the bridges, or perhaps find another way to cross. To him, the dangers were a new fight, a new purpose. He was deeply wrong. Sinlos is far more than that. There was a presence residing in the lake that they didn't truly understand at the time.
Well, you can say that.
I didn't like what was happening. I tried to convince Garvin and his men to break their encampment and move on. It was at first assumed that I was merely a strange, overly fearful child from one of the nearby villages. However, with my persistence in getting him to go somewhere safe and the way I looked, it didn't take long for the rumors to start. Garvin did all he could to snuff out the belief that I was his child. To this day, I wonder if that was the reason he refused to listen to me, or anyone else who began to think leaving might be for the best. After several weeks of investigation, Garvin walked out onto the bridges as he had done many times prior. He brought with him a long rope which he tied to the dock. Usually he was able to return from his brief trips without any issue. However, that night, he never returned. His men pulled in the rope and found there was no one at the end. The rope was slashed through. That was when the creatures got their title. Nixie.
So, is that word then related to something like cutting or slashing?
The loss of Garvin the Exemplar was significant. Many years passed before any large effort was made to approach the lake again. During that time, I retreated from the public eye. It would have been too much for me to hold on to what Garvin left behind. That life wouldn't last, for eventually interest in Sinlos as a connector between villages on opposite sides was ignited. I could not ignore it. I made my return to society to continue what I started.
Yes, that makes sense.
Despite Garvin's view on me, everyone from the original endeavor recognized me as his son. I was allowed to be directly involved as a member of the group. There were new attempts to cross the bridges. I was the first to survive it. All who were on the journey with me were lost. I left whoever had difficulties to the maze. It was a seemingly endless night. Death was at every turn. However, turning this back was not an option any longer. They were now willing to accept the loss of a few if it could mean success in the end. I cannot criticize them for it. I was willing to accept the same for my own cause. I continued to cross the lake solely to show people firsthand the horrors. I told myself that I was to survive the trips at all costs. If I didn't, what would become of my hope for the future? The ones who did not live to tell the tale were an inevitability I did not turn away from. My remorselessness, innate talent, and luck were what enabled me to make it across each time.
Luck, yes. Yes, sure.
And then it came to be that no one who knew of what lies in Sinlos wanted to cross without me. My experience was invaluable. I used that to my advantage. They wanted a way to cross the lake, and I could give it to them. I took my position as a guide, and the rest of the group returned to protect their villages from the many other threats that plagued this land. It was considered a success.
That's a story indeed. The guide shakes his head, ending his story. I have trouble responding immediately. It is much to take in. Eventually, I do manage to respond.
I appreciate you sharing all of that with me.
There's a sigh.
It has been too long since I have explained myself to anyone. What happened then should not be a mystery. And yet, it is difficult for me to speak of.
He doesn't say anything more. However, I get a forlorn impression from him. I can see a whisper of it in his eyes briefly before he turns away. I'm not sure how close we are to the land, but we have definitely made progress at a steady rate. I find my vision drifting down to the string between the two of us. It delicately sways to the rhythm of our steps. It eases my mind. The Nixie grow louder again, their whispers ringing in an eerie chorus from both sides of the bridge. Between their chatter, I hear what I believe is a sigh from the guide.
Kikka.
The sound of my name spoken so irritably catches me off guard. Despite how serious he seemed in that moment, the guide doesn't continue further. I wait. Still not another word. It's unusual for the guide to second guess himself in such a way. I'm at a loss for how to react. Does he, of all people, need encouragement to continue? Or would it merely be an annoyance? And then wait timer. It seems he truly has no desire to continue. I have no right to push the issue. The two of us keep pace as we cross bridge after bridge. Occasionally, I catch sight of a prowler down another pathway. That's the closest to danger we come. Light begins to filter through the darkness, illuminating the fog.
We're going to run. We can still make it.
I tense at his words, but not firmly. There is no gradual increase of pace. The two of us dash down the bridges frantically as the sun rises higher and higher. The silhouette of land comes into view in the distance, and the end of the bridges practically rushes towards us. Seconds later, we are free of them. I feel my feet plunge into the sandy shore. I nearly collapse as we get away from the waterline. I struggle to catch my breath. The guide lightly crouches, using his staff to support himself. He still takes a moment to reassure me. explaining through gasps that Bemelle could not remain here on the shore because it would have been too unsafe. My legs quiver below me as the adrenaline rushes out of my body. I rest quietly for a few moments, taking time to allow my breathing and emotions to settle down. Despite my exhaustion, I feel touched as I'm reminded by just how much the guide risked coming back out to find me. I am so grateful to have reached this far, and I am just as glad that he survived. Tears begin to stream down my cheeks. The guide straightens himself out with one more deep breath. I smile at him as we catch eyes. I'm amazed when he, ever so slightly, returns it. The sight is enough to rob me of my better judgment. I close the remaining distance between us and wrap my arms around him. His eyes widen and he stiffens in my embrace. I rest my head gently against his shoulder and begin to cry anew. Between my sobs, I manage to speak.
We made it.
Yes.
I hold him for just a little longer, reveling in the joy that it's finally all over and we're both alright. I am aware I'm lingering, so I let go of him, making sure to step back some at the same time. He, in turn, puts even more distance between us. The guide pointedly looks away in a manner that can only be seen as bashful. I start to feel heat rise to my cheeks and likewise look away. I survey our surroundings instead. My thoughts slowly begin to format themselves properly. Since Bemelle is not here, I should reunite with him at Hamer, the village we were assigned to. Inevitably, my mind also drifts to those who did not make it here, the ones that no one will ever be able to see again. A sinking feeling grows in the pit of my stomach. The guide's nervousness has calmed, and his cold glare has returned as sharp as it ever was. He speaks to me with a distant tone.
You cannot stay. Even if we've left the night behind us, this place is not safe. And now there is nothing here for you. Leave.
I stand up stock straight and turn to face the guide directly. He grabs hold of the thread that has been connecting us all this time and snaps it. The symbolism of that gesture is not lost on me.
When you leave, I ask that you share your experience with those who might wish to cross the lake. Let them know the toll it takes. I cannot say this to most because they may question my commitment, but I do not believe you will. If you are willing, I would like to have your support in my foolish dream of keeping others away from Sinlos.
Regardless of how he delivered the message, I am moved by the sincerity in his words.
I will. I will do whatever I can to ensure no one I know takes the journey.
He gives me the barest hint of a smile. I'm acutely aware of the terrible circumstances surrounding this experience. It drags my spirit down again. Still, if the guide can smile and thank me, then I should at least reciprocate. He turns his gaze downwards, the faint smile having not yet faded. I hope that this goal will be achieved one day. Oh, how long would it take to beat this game once? Well, it depends on if you want like an ending where you fully cross the lake and get the credits and all. And also just how fast you read. But I'd say that if you were to just read it yourself, because now I'm reading it out, so that's a little slower. If you could read it yourself, then a full run probably shouldn't take much more than half an hour. I hope that this goal will be achieved one day. I teeter in place uncomfortably. Finally, I steel myself and take a breath to force my words out.
I'd like to see you again. One day.
You can't.
His response is immediate and severe. That reaction doesn't surprise me, nor does it put any kind of damper on my determination.
I won't attempt to cross the bridges. I will only come to meet you.
His expression tightens slightly.
And when will you do so? While I am asleep during the day so I can guide at night? When I am on the island during a crossing? Or will you attempt to have a discussion with me while travelers are waiting to begin what will likely be their last journey?
With each question he poses, his frustration grows. I match his expression with a hard stare of my own.
I will find a way.
There is no way. You have to move on. Life does not exist as long as you remain in Sinlos. It is a purgatory residing on the edge of death.
Then what about you? You deserve a life of your own, same as anyone else. I don't understand.
He merely shakes his head.
It is too late. The dead cannot be revived.
As if to illustrate his own point, the light drains from his face and it becomes an image of emptiness.
Leave this place and never come back. Please.
I stare at him hard before lowering my head. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm being unreasonable. It doesn't matter what I would like for the guide. It is his decision. All I'm doing is being selfish.
I'm sorry. That was out of hand.
He doesn't answer me. I look up from the ground, my face serious again.
I will inform the village I'm heading to and my own that the bridges are not to be crossed.
He looks into my eyes for a heartbeat before nodding, satisfied with my answer.
Goodbye. Thank you for your guidance. I am grateful.
My voice drops to slightly above a whisper.
Be safe.
He doesn't react to the request. I wait for a moment, then start walking into the forest. There is a lump in my throat. I know that once I step away from this lake, I will never see him again. The fact is a painful gouge in my chest. We were with each other for only a short time, but I cannot deny that he has had a greater effect on me than almost anyone I have ever met. I allow myself to look back one last time. The guide is looking at me with a quiet, solemn expression. Watching him stand all alone on that shore, appearing the way he does, he seems lost. But it is abundantly clear that this is his honest wish. That somehow makes it all the more heart-wrenching. Only he can save a person from Sinlos. There is not anyone who can do the same for him. I desire nothing more than to do something. Something to stop this lake from taking so much. I finally believe I understand him in a small way. However, we have separate paths we must follow, and they cannot meet again. I turn forward again and walk with purpose, further and further away from the cursed lake and the brave guide who dwells there. A solemn heart, desperate situation, aid. Let's see, is there anything different here? Not so much. And then the report, of course. Margaret was dead. Lu is dead. And that's just the same as always. And after arriving at my homestead at the end of the journey, I decided to take a chance. I requested an audience with my leader and presented a letter to give to the guide when he next makes a report. He graciously accepted my request. Later I was informed that the guide did indeed receive the message. He gave no response, either positive or negative. I cannot be sure if he does not mind or simply does not care. He may not have even read my letter. But I want the two of us to remain connected, even if in just this small way. I cannot give in, after all, it seems. Something in me feels he wasn't caught too off guard and my stubbornness extends this far. Until he orders I cease communication entirely, I will keep him in my life, no matter how distant, while sharing a window into my own. And all the while, I will continue to support the secret wish he keeps, the one that I now share, which is to keep people away from the lake, right? Okay. And then we load that save again.
Yes.
Guide. If you'd like to speak, please do. The guide sighs. There's a feel to it that I've never heard from him before.
I apologize for what I said earlier, before the bridge sank. At the time, I was simply frustrated. This journey has not gone as I would have liked. Yet that is no excuse for my behavior.
I'm not sure what to say. Was that truly worrying him? Unexpected seems much too weak a word to describe this.
I have grown accustomed to withholding sympathy from those I guide in order to protect myself. But that does not mean I do not feel it. At least, I wish to think that I still do. Somewhere deep within me.
To hear him speak this way is more meaningful than he might realize. It reflects my own mindset.
I assumed that was the case. One cannot get angry if one does not feel something. When indifference is merely a mask, it can be hard to maintain. I understand that all too well.
It seems you do. We have that much in common.
I smile faintly.
Your mask is far more secure than mine.
Yes, I would say so.
The exchange makes my smile grow. To truly connect with someone who I can relate to is nice. I didn't hope anyone felt the same sense of weakness I did.
I acknowledge the consideration you have shown towards me thus far. However, if you feel yourself sympathizing with me, you would do best to ignore it. Even if my position in life is difficult, I do not regret it.
I am not the only one who noticed a connection beginning to form. You would not have felt a need to reaffirm a sense of separation between us otherwise. I cannot help but reflect on all that I've learned about the guide on this painful journey we shared. His determination in even the most difficult circumstances. His hope to keep his others safe. His vexation at failing to do so. His concern for me and my wishes. And even his hints of humor. It is far too late for me to feel nothing towards him.
The most I could do now was hide behind that false mask of indifference. I cannot ignore your troubles so easily. I suppose this means I failed to follow your advice on finding a new perspective. If even you were not able to surmount those painful feelings, there is no chance for me. I won't run from what is difficult any longer. So I can say I followed that lesson from you, at least.
The guide pauses before speaking again.
Our situations aren't the same. You face your challenge willingly. I have no choice. In some ways, life is its own maze. There are so many directions ahead with no way of knowing where they will take you. But it is not that way for me. There is only this one path. I cannot go back. I cannot take another way. And I cannot stop. Because that is true, I will continue to walk forward on my solitary bridge until the day I die here on this lake. I wonder if those who pass find peace at the end after all. I hope they do, for my own sake.
That's interesting. His voice remains strong, but it does not hide the sadness and loneliness from me. It is a desperate justification for the way he spent his life to this point, and how he intends to use his remaining time. I don't need to be convinced. He should not need to tell himself such words either.
You would make a very fine guard, and in your own way you are. My hope is that you're proud of all you've done these many years. You deserve to be.
Thank you.
His voice is soft, but I hear him fine through the silence. In this moment, it feels as though there is only us.
You're welcome.
There are no more words between us. And we continue on. Occasionally, I catch sight of a prowler down another pathway. It is the closest to danger we come. Light begins to filter through the darkness, illuminating the
We're
fog.
going to run.
Alright. Yes, that is just the same. And then they're suddenly on the shore. And then... Right. Main distance,
Yes.
hug. Yes, you made it. Very happy, very nice. And then distance, thought. And then hammer,
You cannot
nervousness.
stay.
Don't stay.
When you
Let's see,
leave,
is this
if you are
dialogue the
willing,
same?
I would.
Regardless of how he delivers the
will.
message, no one will take the journey. Hint of a smell, terrible circumstances, etc., etc. Teetering uncomfortably,
I won't attempt
much of the same
Continue to
dialogue,
do so.
I will
There
and it
is-
repeats
And what
and
about
goes
you?
on and
It
on
is
and
too
on.
late.
As it illustrates
Leave
on
this
point.
place.
I can
Okay. The guide's eyes slip closed, and he seems to be at a loss for what to do. I stand firm in place, though say nothing further, allowing him to gather his thoughts. After a few moments, he speaks without moving anything but his mouth.
I am not one who is skilled with words. I have had endless difficulties convincing people to listen to me in many situations. However, you have seen for yourself what Sinlos is. Why won't you leave? What do I have to do to make you understand that there is nothing you can gain from returning and so much you can lose?
His voice is steady and level, yet I sense desperation driving it.
There is something. You're here. I've come to know you during this journey, and I cannot simply leave you behind. Enough has been lost already.
His eyes flick open, settling on my face. His expression is unreadable. Silently, the guide stands upright. He turns his back to me and walks onto the bridges.
wait.
I step in front of the bridges warily. Where did such incredible recklessness come from? I can't fathom what he's possibly thinking. I squint my eyes, trying to see into the fog. This is madness. But if it was certain death, he would not have done it. I choose to believe in his abilities and hastily run onto the bridges after the guide. We've come too far for me to let go this way. He doesn't venture very far into the maze. He has already stopped and moved to face me as I rush up towards him.
The sun has almost risen. The bridges will sink any moment. We need to return to the shore.
It's terrifying, isn't it? This lake and these bridges. You wouldn't deny that, would you?
Is he trying to pull a bluff to scare Kikka away? I purse my lips together. It isn't possible to guess where this is going, but I can deduce the result he's aiming for. Still, I have to answer honestly.
No. I can admit that being on these bridges and near the lake like this is frightening. I also am aware that those fears are grounded in a real threat. Neither of those are enough to make me forsake you.
You already have.
I look at him baffled.
Sinlos is what created me. Who you see would not exist without this lake. I am reflected in it. On
Okay,
the
that's an
surface,
interesting
we are
one.
cold and unsettle those around us. If you peer any closer, you will only find darkness and ugliness. You have to leave before you are lost to our heartless depths forever. Do you understand? I don't want to hear any more from you. I can't stand listening to it.
I bite back sudden, violent tears. You shouldn't have to do this.
Nothing has forced you to stay here. You have legs that could take you far away from this place. You choose to stay because you want to make a difference. It isn't the same.
Yeah, and what do you say now?
I know that you will never allow yourself to leave no matter the circumstances. Not after everything you have sacrificed. But why does that mean you have to be alone? I can't see that as the only way.
I stop, huffing as I catch my breath. His only reaction is looking at me with a listless expression, vacant as the fog.
Go back to the shore.
I won't. Not unless you come with me. You understand these bridges far better than I. If it is safe enough for you to stand there, then it is safe enough for me as well.
His annoyance with me is clear. He is practically rolling his eyes. I much prefer this to how he was only moments before.
Can't you understand that I do not want you here? I wish to have no connection with the world I am separated from. My path is narrow, dangerously so. You're not aware of the weight your intrusion would truly have. But I can assure you, it will only cause us both to suffer unnecessarily.
I've said that I will do what it takes. We can fix what goes wrong or find a way to counteract it.
His reply is scoffing, almost a laugh at how ridiculous the statement sounds to him. Yeah, like, I'm interested in how this goes, because I really didn't expect to suddenly move back onto the bridges.
There is no solution, only consequences. Any strength of yours is meaningless if I am weak, and I am much too weak. If I allowed you into my life, I could not properly act as the guide any longer. It would be the end of everything I've done.
His words claw against my skin, painfully urging me to just stop this. Yet I cannot. His life has been traumatizing. He's been alone all this time, and now remaining lost seems easier than reaching out to another person. It would be shameful if I abandoned him because it makes my life simpler.
Then I will shoulder the consequences for the both of us. You do not have to fear.
He stares at me with what I can only assume is disbelief.
So, this is what matters to you?
My face softens a bit.
I don't want to give in.
Why?
It is a simple question. He has every right to ask it. I still wish he hadn't. I do not know if I am capable of explaining in a satisfactory way.
Because I'm sure it must be possible so long as I'm willing to try. And because you should not have to forego happiness. And because I care about you.
Aww. As much as I wish not to, I have to look away when I make my declaration.
I understand that Simos has done much to shape you into the man you are today. What I cannot believe is that it is everything. In the same way you have a name all your own that you keep hidden. I know you are more than the guide.
Tentatively, I look up at his face. He is far closer to me now. There's concern written over his features, or possibly even pain. I say nothing more. I'm not able to. He looks down the bridge that leads further into the lake. With frustration rising to the surface again, he mutters something to himself. Even with the sun's light continuing to pour over these bridges, I remain standing in front of him with no intention of leaving. He seems to be grappling with what that means. The man with his secret name turns to face me once more. He appears deeply worn in with exhaustion, but he is smiling at me.
I can't see why you would make such a choice, but I accept it. I don't have another option. And I am ready now for this to stop.
Cautiously, he reaches his free hand towards me. He places it over my hand, holding it. I wince in shock from what is happening. Despite my confusion, I don't move to push him away. I want this behavior. I want him to realize it is okay to reach out to me. Seeing that I haven't rejected his touch, he tugs me in a little closer to him.
I am glad you shared your uncensored thoughts with me. You are admirable in many ways.
You know what? You'll get there. That was an honest attempt at saying something. Yes, I know. I don't even know what that would be called. You know, if it's one girl and one man, like Yuri or Yui. And what would it even look like? You know, like someone would probably have to just mix two images together to Frankenstein something. It's so unimaginable. I try to not look as bewildered as I feel my heart racing for far different reasons than usual. It becomes even harder to articulate words.
You are admirable as well.
Yes, like, it was so bizarre. But not quite like JoJo's, because that is definitely yaoi. He lightly chuckles. My heart lifts, elated to hear him laugh. I feel a reality where he smells more often could come to be. But as quickly as I can think, his expression shifts to dark. I intend to ask why, but I am interrupted by him wrapping his staff hand around my back. Softly, he rests his forehead on mine. I freeze at the sudden intimacy. I suppose it is only fair, considering what I did previously. Slowly but surely, I find myself relaxing into his embrace. My eyes... Wow. You know, I have the slightest suspicion that they're not gonna show that in-game. But if the option does appear, then I will certainly click it. My eyes close with his.
I'm tired. This has been a long journey.
Imagine if now the bridge just collapse and you die.
We can rest.
Yes, we can.
On the shore, right? Away from the bridges, right? I snap my eyes open. The guide is falling backwards towards the edge. He smiles, keeping his firm embrace of my torso. My mind races wildly, madly, hopelessly, as I try to do anything to stop our descent, but we're a second above the water. We crash through the surface of the lake, our bodies nothing but two dead weights locked together. I try desperately to get at least a breath, but we plummet down faster than I can handle, leaving me choking on thick water. Well, okay, not quite the angle I thought it would be, but still, you know, the main thing. It presses in from every possible side, weakening me as we sink down. It grows darker as we descend further into the lake. My throat and chest burn so horribly, I think I'm on fire from the inside. I can feel the water around us begin to move, squirming and slippery. The Nixie must have noticed our presence. Everything is a mess of shadows and blackness, but faintly, through the thick water and blurring vision, I see pale bright spots up against me. It's the guide. His figure in the water is the very last thing I see as I feel a force pulling me. One more thought flows through my waterlogged mind as his form is taken further away. I was wrong. I never truly understood how he felt. Not for one moment. Complete darkness envelops all my senses. Well, I feel that was uncalled for. Yeah, basically. Which makes sense if you know what I know. Yeah, that is so rude. Like the audacity. But let's see. Let's see how many achievements I have now. Yeah, not even a smooch. Just... Okay. Okay, well... There's one achievement that wasn't shown in the guide, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check the guide. You know, it's a secret achievement, but I just looked it up because I just want to complete it now. Let's see, is there an achievement for together? Connection, lost, empty, death, alone, safe, loyalty, determination, distance, sorry, drink, pain, company, sacrifice, together. Oh, there. I see. Naruhodo. Yes. Okay, save 7. But I'm pretty sure it was actually save 6. And then skip to the choice. Try to help. Oh right, I think now you're also gonna get the twist ending thing. I'm skipping past most of it, but I want a chance, and then I couldn't leave Lu. Right now, and now I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out from here. My reply is firm. I shouldn't hide from it, or the reasons why I made it in the first place. The guide releases a short laugh. It doesn't feel belittling or sardonic, but instead sounds satisfied.
If that is what you want, then I'm certain you will have it. Lu will never part from your side. He'll also be better because of it.
A fond smile finds its way onto the guide's lips. With that, he promptly walks down the newly risen bridge. I teeter back as far as myself, to everyone who put their faith in me. As I begin the bridge unknown, another word, that are far from completely healed, his wounds seem considerably improved and no longer seep white. Whatever was keeping me standing fades, and my knees buckle beneath me. I let myself fall backwards into the soft sand. Dripping dark water, Lu carefully takes a seat beside me. He scoots in slowly, watching my face intently for any sign of discomfort with him being so close. When I show none, and his legs are near enough to just brush against mine, he leans in and rests his head on my shoulder. He's still shaken from all that happened. I allow him this small comfort. For a time, neither of us say a word. We just listen to the whisper of black, heavy water lapping at the edge of the sand, and each other's breathing. Eventually, I feel as much as I hear him swallow. His jaw moves like a soft drum against my collarbone, and his meek, breathy words just barely break through the waves of the lake. I wouldn't be able to hear him if his skin wasn't pressed against mine.
Sorry you have to be here. I never thought.
He starts to ramble on. I wring myself to smile gently at him. I can't blame Lu for what happened. If his plan had been to hurt us, he could have taken the opportunities presented to him. Lu has no wicked intentions lurking inside. Surely. He was forced to make painful decisions by a cruel world.
I understand. You do not have to take responsibility for all this yourself. If you hadn't come tonight, I may very well have lost my life on those bridges.
Thank you.
His soft, remorseful voice trails off, and he presses his head further into my neck, intimately. He curls his uninjured hand around mine.
And you're still right. It isn't truly over. We have time, and we'll find a way to make something of what we have left. I believe that. I only can because you did first.
He smiles hesitantly, yet the tenderness in his face is unmistakable.
Thank you.
This time he speaks with gratitude rather than regret.
Do you remember when I said the reason I came was because I didn't want to die alone? That was just at first. After a while, I only kept staying because I thought something might happen to you. All I hoped for at the end of this night was that you'd live.
He squeezes my hand a little tighter.
Would you stop the inevitable again? And I'm still here. We both are. I'm not sure if it's possible to make up for this, especially for someone like me. But I want to try.
I feel a bright sense of purpose radiate off of him. I cannot allow myself to give up. Someone out there is still counting on me, and I can rely on Lu's strength as well. It's true that there is no way to save everyone. However, the both of us are able to continue on, and that is not meaningless. This island is much larger than the one used during crossings. I'm grateful for that, at least. I continue my training regimens each day, both out of habit and a desperate attempt to maintain some normalcy. Lu and the other Nixie bring me food and books and other items from the other side. I have learned that Lu and the guide are not the only Nixie who can speak my language or take human form, though not all can manage bodies with so much detail. And some do not have a nocturnal lifestyle either. In this way, I've become acquainted with many more Nixie. The island and lake are constantly busy. It's almost like a small village. Yet the minor familiarities are not enough for me to forget the situation I'm in, or what happened to bring me here. I think of Bemelle and Margaret daily. How could I escape such thoughts when I'm surrounded by their final resting place? I only pray that they can find peace. Only a few days after the ordeal, Lu completely recovered from his injuries. Even his severed finger and foot were fully reformed. It was shocking to me, but that is not much of a feat for him. As soon as he recovered, Lu insisted on building a shelter for me on the island. He was concerned about me having to sleep outdoors. Honestly, I hardly thought about it. The whole situation is far too strange and unbelievable. The notion that I may never leave this place is frightening and has not truly sunk in. I am grateful to at least have Lu to comfort me, even though he continues to act as though it is I who is supporting him. He has refused to take on the role of a prowler ever again. Instead, Lu spends nights staying near me. We share our mutual frustration at knowing there are people on the lake who are unaware of what is really going on. The both of us are in agreement that something can still be done, that something must be done. And, as Lu likes to remind me, it isn't over, not for either of us. Even in this painful situation, I can take some peace in knowing I am not alone. Right. And that should be the final achievement. However, there is also some bonus material. So now that this is all done, we can take a look at what that is. Oh wow! Well, I just took a look at the achievement, and it turns out the Yuri achievement is the least gotten achievement in this entire game. Only 14.6% of players have it. Yeah, for real, for real. Okay, what is this? Oh, cool. So this is like for the cutscenes. Well, that one seems a little difficult, seeing as the player is a girl. You know, like this is the person we play as, and that's obviously a girl. Yeah, but it's you make the choices, so you make connections with other people. Then here we have a few death scenes. Here we have a sparring with Broski. Here we have some monsters. Wait a minute. Is that the... Right, I am not going to try and bother getting the final things of these 3 like images. But anyways, yes, Yuri, there you go. This is the one from the Yuri ending. Yeah, it is cute. Like I'm making fun here, but it's actually genuinely cute. Hello, main menu. Return maybe. There, and then bonus. There are 3 bonus events in total. Oh, maybe that's how I get the gallery things. 1 that does not include spoilers and 2 that do. Kikka crosses Sinnoh. By getting any ending, Kikka crosses Sinnoh's. The other 2 are unlocked by getting a specific ending. Alright. Let's see what this is. I keep running and running and I can't stop. If I do, then... It all happens in an instant. I'm suddenly falling forward, my feet slipping from underneath me. I hit the boards and everything goes black. But are excuses alright? Bits and pieces of sound make their way into my ears. I can't understand what they mean. All the noise threatens to rouse me from sleep. My groggy body protests. I'm not ready to wake up yet. Hello? My silent pleading does no good, and what I now realize is a voice calling out for me continues. My heavy eyelashes flutter open. You're the... Okay. Yeah, that's certainly one way. I rubbed the... I am not going to kiss the Prowler. I am not going to kiss the Prowler. Also, I really hope you won't keep having this attitude when I'm back to Angry Bird streams. Because that is just a little... you know... Oh. What do you mean, depends? Depends on what? Depends on what exactly? A man stands before me. He is tall, with slender fingers and the most enchanting eyes. Yeah, sure, enchanting eyes. He extends his hand out in my direction, offering to help me up. Nervously, I accept. Thank you. It is no trouble. I couldn't possibly leave a lady alone out here in a state like that. I don't know why I'm doing that voice, but now I'm just doing that voice for the creature. Who are you? My name is Drolt. That is such an annoying combination of phonemes. My eyes widen. It's such a unique name. I can't help wondering if it's foreign. I'm Kikka. Well, Kikka the Steadfast. But I don't want to brag about having a title. The elders of my village just gave it to me because I do so much for them.
How remarkable.
Not really.
You are too modest, Kikka. Tell me what brings you out to this neck of the bridges. I have to assume it isn't for the fine scenery, haha.
I hope that the darkness of the night covers my cheeks, which have to have gone red by now. Durls makes for some very fine scene. Oh my god, I can't continue reading this, what the fuck. And he's charming too. Somehow, I can't seem to remember. Everything before you got here is a blur.
I'm terribly sorry. In that case, I suppose you wouldn't know the way to the shore either.
No.
I could escort you there if you wish.
Ah. I would appreciate it.
Then escort you I shall.
Thank you. The two of us begin walking side by side. It's embarrassing to be standing so close together, but the bridges aren't too wide and it's still nice. I sneak a glance at him. Durl, what were you doing before coming across me?
I was merely taking a stroll.
I see. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
You have done no such thing. In truth, even if you had not needed my assistance to find your way back, I had hoped to invite you to join my walk regardless.
Durl. We walk in silence, enjoying one another's presence.
So Kikka, can you remember anything else?
I'm not sure.
Can you tell me about yourself instead? What you do for a living?
He chuckles and I blush. I hope I didn't seem to... That's an interesting way of phrasing that in this context.
I don't have a career per se. I'm quite self-sufficient. There's no need for me to go out and work to support myself.
I see.
I do enjoy spending my time walking these bridges and encountering all the unique individuals who do the same.
Do you usually take walks with them?
No, this is the first time. Somehow it felt like I couldn't leave you alone.
I see. Much too soon, the shore comes into view. One of the old boards of the dock breaks as I step on it. I begin falling backwards. My eyes shut and I brace for the impact, but it never comes. My descent was stopped by something sturdy. Literally just the most simple owo cheeks drawn on. I cautiously open my eyes again. Durl caught me and I'm being held in his arms. I'm sorry, I need to window shift as this. Of course you do. Of course you do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're so close. Kiss him! Well, I hope you're happy. we kissed him. I lean in, removing the little distance remaining between us.
Oh! Oh! We kissed! Oh!
We part quickly, both bashful. I appreciate you walking me back.
It was my pleasure. Sadly, I must return now. Farewell, Kikka the Steadfast. May our paths in this maze-god life cross again.
Yes. All I can do is watch as he disappears into the mist. Goodbye, Durl. After that, I went back to my normal life. Sometimes it seems like the time where I kissed him under the moonlight was just a dream. No, I shake off such thoughts. I have to believe it was real and that one day we will meet again. And no matter what happens, I'll always remember that magical night. Sorry, I can't continue reading this seriously. This is the silliest shit I've read in ages. Oh, but it's wonderful. It's best ending. Wow. Thank you for playing. And then a kiss emoticon. Right. Yes. Okay, now let's see what happens if I take the other choice. I can't. I'm sorry. Kikka! This is too embarrassing. I couldn't face someone like that. Like this. No, because he's a... no, of course I'm not gonna finish the punchline there. I run off into the night and never come across Gerald again. Bad ending. Okay. Lu's perspective. Yes, spoilers. Continue. Yes. What is going on with the guy? Exaggerating humor, but there is truth. At the beginning. Excuse me? Ah, you're here. What is happening on the shore? The woman with glasses and long hair is back again. And there are 2 more people who showed up. I guess they're guards or something. Also, the really big one said you were a bastard. Well, fuck that guy. Okay, so we have 1 count of the word bullshit, which really caught me off guard, and now we just straight up have fuck, even if it's not voiced. I'm sorry. The lady he stood up with, he was with, stood up for you, though. She knows about your history with Garvin. A busybody who wants to learn all about this lake, some jackass, and a Garvin fan. This is going to be a miserable journey. Yes, Lu? I want to be prouder. Not yet, especially not tonight. And I'm sick of just being a loser messenger boy. You're not a messenger boy, you're a spy. There's plenty to be proud of. No, it isn't. Staying under the surface and listening is the easiest job there is. I know how to take more believable forms than others. I'll get the patrol right, so why can't I? Because you can't handle it with the way you're acting, you dumbass. You don't get to decide everything. You're not my real dad. I'm the closest the closest thing you've got. I don't need a dad at all. None of us do. And it's still not your job to decide what everyone else does with their life. That's right, and there isn't time to discuss what everyone else does. So there, some other time. I did talk to the others, and I'm doing it, so there to you. Before this is over, we're going to find out if you're right about me or not. What? Bye. Lu, wait. Why must he be such a reckless moron? This truly is going to be a miserable journey. Mistakes were made. I can't believe he thinks I'm not smart enough to manage walking around. Like, he's so great. I've lived in this lake my whole life too. I see these ridges every single day. I can handle this. Wait, where am I? I'm lost. Damn, I fucked up. What am I gonna do now? I can't go back to the lake like this. I'll just wait. Yeah, no one will ever have to know. I'll sit right here and take a small form and nobody is gonna find out. That's a good plan. Except I know. I know that I really am that useless. I hear footsteps. Go away, please. Just pass on by. They're not getting farther away. Leave me alone. And then we get this. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry, I'm fucking worthless. Sorry, this is hilarious. What the hell? It's a guy. Oh shit. Separated from the group. Those creatures have started whispering loudly. I do not even want to imagine what they might be so excited about. Hey, is something wrong? Ooh, Lu's got a girlfriend. I wish I could have a cool human girlfriend. Well, not all of us are lucky as Lu, that stud. Fucking assholes. The truth of what happened. Ah, it's a new shell, just like I thought. I have to add this to my collection. But to do that, I need to go back into the lake. You know what? Fuck them and fuck this. I quit. I'm not doing anything, and there's nobody who's gonna stop me. I'm walking right back into the lake to take what's coming. No one cares, and neither should I. Bye, world. Thanks for nothing. Another person's romance. Kikka, thank God you're okay. Ugh. I hate that guy. Me too. Oh, I'm Bemelle. My name is terrible and hard to pronounce. Yeah, no, because when you read it, you just think Bemelle. And it's like Bemelle or Bemelle. Like I keep switching between those two variations of the 3-syllable forms. And wouldn't it be so nice if everything could just be nice? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking joke. Everyone thinks that. It doesn't mean that's possible. I wish he died. Me too. Well, Lu, it looks like we still have one thing in common. Haha. Kikka. Get over it. That's not the problem here. I don't want to stay anymore. I'm going to leave right now and nobody can stop me. I will say goodbye, but that is it. No one will even care that I'm gone. This dumbass Little Mermaid bullshit is going to be the death of me, I swear. Lu's resolution. Well, Lu, you threw away all the many chances you had to kill a human. Do you have any regrets? I regret that I didn't make it out with Kikka. You stupid bitch, be serious. I am being serious. I totally could have made a move while we were on the shore, but I just ran away. I'm so lame. Oh my fucking god, I'm going to kill you myself, because I'm pretty sure in this ending, Lu was just straight up executed. Okay, listen, I'm going to bring a new human tonight. All you have to do is hold on until then, and you can kill whoever that is. No. Why not? Kikka would never forgive me. She isn't going to find out. I don't care. She didn't risk her life for my sake so that I could go murder someone else. No, she risked her life so you could live, which you are not doing. I'm sorry. Then what is your plan, Lu? Are you going to just sit there until you shrivel up and die, waiting for a person you've known for only 2 days? Yes. You're kidding me, Lu. You're killing me. I'm pretty sure you're the one who's killing me. I hate everything. Well, that's too bad for you. Once I get to be the one who's happy with how something worked out. Kikka, wherever you are, wherever you go, I hope you'll be happy too. After the sacrifice. Jeez, everyone in this lake is such a... Oh, this is like in a different route. Is such a grubby asshole. But after everything I went through, there is no way I'm dying until she reaches the other side. I have to see that she makes it. I'll just go back to my prouder form. No one will ever notice. And then, when this night is truly over, I'll turn myself in for real. Why is the guide coming this way? He couldn't know. It's impossible. I've just got to play it cool. I know it's you, Lu. How did you figure that out? All the other prowlers have enough sense to not be here right now, you dumbass. This recklessness cannot continue. It's insane, Lu. Completely fucking insane. If only he didn't come alone, then he wouldn't have been able to speak to me this way. Holy god, Lu? Shit, we're so screwed. If I don't think of something quick, they're gonna kill her for seeing me after I was supposed to be dead. Man, you fucking scared me. Glad you're okay. Yeah, about that. Wow. Okay, interview with the guide. Yeah, whatever. Continue event. Yes. Mr. Guide? Who are you and why are you on our lake? My name is... Just the entire premise is... On behalf of the GB Patch Company. It's for that off-the-record interview. Is that today? This is inconvenient, to say the least. How did you even reach an island? One of your secretaries brought me. We don't have secretaries, they're spies. That's a difference. Sure, you're the boss. Shall we begin? There's no one else who can speak as a representative for your kind better than you, and you did already agree. Fine, I will humor you, but only for a time. That's all I need. Also, I've been thoroughly briefed on all the events that took place or could have taken place in Sinlos recently. By that you mean the journey, Lu interrupted. Exactly, we're very well informed of those happenings. Don't be taken aback if I am aware of even the most private conversations. I wouldn't have been. Then the first question, what is your name already? That hasn't come up anywhere and it needs to be resolved. My true name is of course in my true tongue. Clicks and chirps don't easily translate into your alphabet. Well, actually... Cat, shut up. Actually, clicks are used in some natural human languages. Yes, you didn't know that, did you? But I know because I studied phonetics. There has gotta be something. Door would be the... Door? Seriously? Your name is Door of all things? Oh, is that why it's typed like that in that one ending? Yes, it is a fitting and traditional name for our kind. This world must be really awful if parents giving children such a miserable name is common. Haha. We don't have parents. Alright, what do you call those instead? Your company's information on the Nixie is non-existent, I see. That's why I'm interviewing you. A Nix is born when a great deal of the lake's inherent magic coalesces in a small section, thus bringing the black water to life. Sinlos itself is the only parent we could claim to have. Oh... That is interesting. Like I had a feeling because the way their structure was described, it felt like they were sort of the water itself, and also at one point the lake was described as one of the Nix. So when a Nix dies, their magic disperses back into the water. Their magic will eventually regather and form a new creature. The cycle could repeat for all time, so long as nothing disturbs the delicate balance. Magic is easy to dilute and even easier to circulate. Unless we are left be, pure magic will not be able to gather and therefore our kind will not be able to continue on. That's quite a fascinating predicament. Where did you get your name with no parents to give it to you? I chose it for myself. Oh dear, that makes it even worse. This is why you don't bother telling humans my name any longer. Wait, I thought it was because it made you uncomfortable to have someone calling for help refer to you by name? Is that what I said? Do you believe everything you hear? No, but I had assumed not everything that came out of you was a lie. It isn't. My methods on how to survive the bridges are the truth, even if the reasons why they work are a farce. Is that all? Perhaps. Then could you elaborate? What are you fishing for? I'd like to know what your feelings are for Kikka. If she stands by you, you either kill her or make sure she never comes near you again. But you only want to protect your kind from being found out. It wasn't what you would have preferred. You did have some affection for her, right? I'm not the only one running a farce on this lake. You are with this interview. The people need to be informed. I knew little of her and she knew nothing of me. Even so, that doesn't mean you felt nothing. So why don't you answer that question I actually asked? No. Any positive qualities she possesses cannot make me forget that she is a threat to our entire existence. Then what about when she knows and still chooses to stay? She is hardly a threat then. She can even be something of an ally to your cause. When she knows the truth, she could not possibly feel the same way she does when the reality of what I truly do is obscured. You're pretty compelled to dodge this question, huh? Even if she wasn't happy with you, that doesn't mean you'd dislike her. Yeah, okay, but he did like deliberately kill her in that one ending, so, you know. A relationship between the two of us can never come to be. I must always put the sake of the Nixie over her. One would be better suited being with a partner who is willing to sacrifice for them, not to use them as a sacrifice. Such as what Lu would do. How tragic. Considering how much I take away from this world, I cannot complain about what I must personally forego. That is all I have to say on the matter. I understand. Since you mentioned Lu, could you share some insight on your relationship? You don't deny how much you care for him. Implying that I am in denial about caring for someone else? Oh, it's just a figure of speech. So, Lu? He's a dumb bitch, but I love him. Alright then. Only Nixie with exceptionally high amounts of magic can take on an appearance as detailed as a human. When a Nix has such power, it is assumed in our community that they will use it to protect the lake. Lu has struggled to live up to expectations, especially because his own are much higher than the ones we have for him. He's always taken small failures so hard and never built up much confidence. I admit I don't understand why he gets the way he does about it at all. We are very different in personality and perspective. True. Could he have been comparing himself to you? Seems like you've always been the big man on campus. I wonder. It is amazing to me that despite being born in a place where he must kill to survive, and his own cynical opinion of himself, Lu's still so sensitive. He has a shell collection. They are a mundane sight for us who live in a lake, yet he finds something worthwhile in them. I am biased because he is one of my own, but I feel Lu is a special individual in this dark world. I hope that he can find happiness. Oh, that is very sweet. You sound like a proud parent. Our ages and years are not far apart. However, I am a guardian for him, as well as all Nixie. Because of that, it is not unreasonable to view our relationship in such a way. I wish the best for that moody child I don't understand. Unfortunately, all he ever seems to do is get himself killed. I knew he was going to lose his confidence and quit partway through. He didn't have enough belief in himself to make it yet. But even I couldn't have anticipated how poorly things actually worked out. That humanoid form was always Lu's favorite and the one he was most comfortable in. I guess it was because showing that off made him feel a little better about his capabilities. Never did I think that one day he would use it to speak to real humans. When I saw him there sitting in the middle of the bridge, wow, I was so pissed. I just wanted him to get away from there that instant. Honestly, what was I thinking? What was he thinking? I would have had a heart attack if I truly possessed a heart. And did you see that one case where he just trips and falls into the lake to his death? Oh my fucking god. Wait, you don't have one? No, the most basic state of a Nix is a formless liquid being. We don't have organs. Huh. Who knew that everyone who called you heartless over the years were absolutely on the money? Haha. Oh yes, how very funny. And hold on, this means those prowler forms are completely made up. Did you guys have a little powwow and discuss what's super spooky to get that look? I don't know how else you would expect us to design an appearance. But it wasn't only about being frightening, it was also about efficiency. How impressive. Well, we've learned a lot about your kind, those who surround you, and yourself. Thank you for that. Let's end this interview with an easy question. Something I do know about Nixie is that slash wounds aren't much of an issue. So when your leg got cut, was all that groaning and the thing with the medicine just a display of your acting abilities? Yes. I appreciate your cooperation. That will be all. Good. And let's see, did that happen to unlock anything? No. Right, well I'm not going to then go out of my way to figure those out. I've gotten the achievements, I've done the bonus events. That's good enough for me. And with that, yeah, because it actually was fun, even if it did get repetitive at times. It was very fun. And also, like, figuring out more of the nature of the lake was quite interesting. Like, you can see there was also quite some effort into the world building. But yeah, with that, I will put this game behind me. Which means the... Yes, right. The best ending, I would say, is the one where you leave Lu behind, and then at some point during the second half, you have to send Bemelle with the guide, and then you go with Margaret on a different set of the bridges, and then you all make it across. Yeah, see, the thing is, when it comes to numbers, the best option is for Lu to die. Because in the only case where Lu lives, more of the humans die. So if you're just seeing them all as just equal value, the best ending is the one where you leave Lu behind. But yes, the later streams will be different games. You know, like, this game was very fun, but did take up all of my streams for a while. So yeah, next streams, I'll probably be doing some more Angry Birds. And I also really want to continue Raft, because it's been, I think, well over a year since I last streamed that. So I really want to continue the story of that. Yes, thank you for checking in and chatting, by the way. It's very nice, much appreciated. Like, I really enjoy that. So I hope you have a nice day as well, and anyone else who might be here. And I end off with a bye!